Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the weirdness in reference to using... excuse me. In reference to using OBS. Also, sorry to be tardy to the party. But, you know, things happen. I got a life. I gotta take showers every now and then. I gotta take care of the wife and kids every now and then. I gotta walk people to school and drink caffeine and this, that, the other. So, it is what it is. My apologies, but it is what it is. Live on Valor Media Network. Now, be there or be square. Send. All right, cool. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. We should have our content cut out for us today. Apparently, Steven, so we have several friends of the channel, including community members. One of them is Sen Patriarch. So he streams at nighttime sometimes. Also, we have friend of the channel, North, who is the guy who convinced me to try to fight for the Republican Party when I was about to throw up the white flag. But North was live last night, and he was covering the State of the Union. But then he also went into a Destiny anti-fan rant, or anti-hero rant, where he was basically saying that Hutch is like Batman because he's an ineffective cringe lord with principles who's trying to, you know, not kill the bad guy. But realistically, that's not how life works. Sometimes you need to be villainous. You need to be an anti-hero in order to take out bad guys. Now, I only got into, I'm going to be real, I only got into the beginning of the rant. So, like for me, I was kind of like, okay. Like I wasn't, let's just say I wasn't fully wrapped around his logic by the time that I went to bed, but it was a funny and interesting rant, and I do think that it's actually, DGG is going to take that rant seriously in order to justify bad behavior. And I think it's very silly. I think it's cringe. Although I do want to see it in its entirety before I start like ripping into it. So I need to see the argumentation. Also, I do wish Steven went live a little bit earlier. I know that's like silly of me, because basically whenever he goes live at 1 p.m. in order to play Arc Raiders for 3 hours, I lose like 20 or 30 people who just go and stare at his Arc Raiders gameplay. Fuck all of you, by the way. But bitter feelings aside about being abandoned for silent Arc Raiders gameplay. If he went live at 1, or if he went live at 1:30, then we would have like an hour-long overlap in streams in which if I felt like I had something to yell at him, then I could yell at him. You know what I'm saying? And then not just that, I haven't dropped the beat yet. I will drop the beat. Give me a sec. We'll drop the beat and we'll say our morning prayers shortly. So I do have Fellrunner, who said that we need to mind map political A players, their sincere beliefs versus Machiavellian beliefs versus their effect on the Overton window. And I think that's like an interesting analysis. So we should definitely do that. We kind of have our content cut out for us today, but we'll see. Just because, you know, of course I have to chase the metrics, don't I? Don't I have to chase the metrics like every other streamer who exists? But anyways, let's drop the beat real quick. Let's drop the beat, and we'll do our morning anthem. We'll do the morning anthem. We'll do the morning prayer, and then we'll take it from there. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna do the benediction first. Okay, so. God damn it. God damn it. Sorry, there's just titles and words on my screen that are hurting my brain already. Let's drop the beat. Morning prayer. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. That's the morning benediction. Never Trump guy TikTok song. Let me pause it and rewind it.
So this is really who.
Let me share with you guys. 1, 2, 3.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
I never liked him. So somebody said that Pisco versus Hutch versus Josiah. I actually caught a little bit of that, weirdly enough, randomly. I don't know if I saw that Josiah was live or if I saw that Hutch was live or something, but I clicked on one of them and I was listening to it, and it sounded like Hutch stepped on Josiah's toes by saying that something that he was saying was stupid. And Josiah did get upset, so they threw some elbows, I guess on Twitter, Discord, somewhere. I don't know. They were throwing elbows at each other somewhere. And then Hutch called in, and then they were talking about, like, the practicality of, or the effects, the consequences, the knock-on effects of scorched earth politics versus, like, I don't know, what I would call pragmatic politics. And so they apparently had a pretty in-depth conversation. So we already bumped Erudite versus Andrew Wilson. I'll keep that on the back burner. But I'll throw Hutch versus Josiah onto tomorrow's docket. And then what did I tell you that we're doing today? Destiny Anti-Hero. And we're doing Vaush Cringe. And we're doing the Rhino Political Project. Okay, let me check in with chat before we move into anything else. You know me. I like to have an hour of warm-up with my chat. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Special thanks to Vazraka for kicking us off. You are my favorite lurker. You are my favorite lurker, Vazraka. Tezzy Boy and Brooklyn are second and third. How do I expand my chat so you guys are actually huge? I want you to be huge. A ghostly apparition says, it is what it is. True. Did you drop the beat? Are you a Never Trump guy? Have you ever liked him? No, I haven't. I did drop the beat just now. Also like the stream. Patriarch says, hello. Hello to you. Good news. I got a job interview with IBM later today. Let's go. Jonah boy. He's going to get a 7-figure job and become a millionaire. And he's going to save us all from the destitutions of poverty. Let's go. Don't. No pressure. Hedonic Samuel says, good morning, King. Horse God says, Connor, yesterday at the end of stream, you talked about military transport aircraft dropping hundreds of thousands of AI-guided drones out of the back of a fucking futuristic bombing run. I think that's one of the reasons the U.S. is taking back the Panama Canal and cleaning up the Shadow Fleet. One Shadow cargo ship with 10,000 drones could cripple the coastal refineries and U.S. bases. Absolutely. Absolutely. And at like a tenth of the cost, too, right? Fellrunner says, I made you a mind map template on Discord. Yeah, let's do that. I can't promise it today just because, you know, we got to follow the metrics. We got to go through content. We got to make money. We got to do our jobs. But of course, I think that is good mind map shit. When did the rant take place? I don't know. Yesterday? Which rant? If you're talking about Destiny's rant? Yeah, Destiny's rant was yesterday. Ronan says, I thought it was the other way around with Hutch being Jim Gordon and Destiny being the vigilante willing to take measures to ward off villains. Well, let's talk about it. Let's take a look. Cena says, God, I wish the Republican Party wasn't psychotic. Imagine if the choice between political parties was spend 4 years expanding healthcare or toppling dictators. Wouldn't that be amazing? I would love that. Conserve says they're the fourth like reporting in. Hey, liking's free. All right, listen, I get it. I get it. Grassroots, Oiler, but he's taking care of a cancer-ridden dog. Christian Valaris, Oiler, but he's in between jobs. Jonah Boy, gonna be an Oiler, but first he has to secure his position at IBM. Patriarch, Oiler, but he has to like create drones in order to fend off the Russians who are attacking Kyiv right now. Listen, I got plenty of Oilers, but they're busy men. They have important jobs. So if you can't chip and you can't oil, that's totally fine. I do not take it personally. I understand you guys have lives besides financially supporting your favorite streamer. However, liking the stream is free. It lets other people know that we're live, and it brings in more audience members. So, Arc Raiders is pretty great, but for the life of me, I can't understand why people watch other people silently play video games when you can just play them yourself. I mean, that's what I say. Because DGG is better than being a monolith, I guess. Can we leave the Robo-Dogs out of the benediction this time? Yes. Connor, the Hutch and Josiah convo last night was really good. If you're looking for quick content, only 30 minutes. Yeah. We'll get to it. I'll put it on the docket for tomorrow. I never liked him. True. Plain then yourself is not as obviously true as it seems. Maybe. Turi Giano, good to see you, King. Yo. True. Radell says, it still throws me you would vote for this guy over AOC anyhow. What's good, Connor? Well, I mean, haven't we talked about that a lot in the past 48 to 72 hours? I think we've talked about that a lot. We have. I can't rehash all of the discourse because if I start doing that, my brain will melt. So let's just let's pace ourselves with the psychic damage today. Fashion 40 says, Connor, they had 2 conversations. The second one was really good. Good. The second one was what I was discussing. I missed the first. Lol, I didn't realize that. True. Evan says, Josiah was big mad on Hutch's stream. They had 2 combos yesterday. First one was nice. Second was big mad. Ooh. Radell says, I got a gifted membership. Dope. Yep. How do I make you guys huge? True. Yeah, I'll totally do all that stuff easily, even lol. True. Yo, it's going to be a hard day. True. Batman last night on North. Excellent. I can't even imagine what you all consider a good day over there. Why is today going to be particularly bad? I don't know. Why is today particularly bad? I don't think today's particularly bad. Do you understand that I basically go live and I'm like, what's going to hurt my brain today? Let's watch that and criticize it. And that's how I spend my life. Every good, I have amazing days. I love my days, but my good days are like normal people's bad days because they're not like psychic masochists. They don't like damaging their brain cells for the entertainment of an audience, whereas I think that's hysterical. Officer Nasty, so, is this a Destiny rant thing while Hutch reacted to? I haven't seen any of it. Yep. If you're enjoying the stream but you don't like it, that's a form of fraud. Correct. I threw up. You have to understand. I have an 8-year-old who used to be a 3 or 4-year-old, and then I have a 2-year-old who's about to turn 3. And he has something called apraxia, so he doesn't have the ability to he has to think really hard in order to form words, but he's still really smart and he's still really funny, really cool, etc., etc. He's the coolest kid I've ever met. But excuse me, but what was it? I can imagine him saying that. I can imagine him being like, I flew up. It's really like, it's a genuinely cool part of life when your kids are super small. It's a cool part of life. Christian Blair says 100% AOC supports all the abundance liberal policy that Connor supports most so than 95% of the Republican Party at this point. Okay, I'm going to kill everyone. How about that? How's that for a policy? I just start murdering everyone, including people I love. Meaning you guys. Haven't finished cleaning up the 2 feet of snow and we got more. Ugh. Why would you live in the Northeast? Classic mistake. Are you in a happy mood today? Meh. I'm about as happy as I get. Officer Nasty says, wait, Connor, if you want your brain to hurt, watch the Stale 2000 video. I do love Stale 2000 content. For those of you who don't know, there was this big drama where the chief moderator of Livestream Fails, who allegedly got into power over there through Machiavellian internet Discord shenanigans, and who is a DGGer, so he slanted LSF towards Dan Saltman of all people, and what was the other people? Slanted the subreddit towards Dan Saltman and the Anything Else podcast. He released a video because he got booted from his position for promoting a live stream game show that didn't exist and ended up being fraud, and promoting promoting anything that you get any kind of benefit from as a Reddit moderator is like prohibited. So as a result, he lost his position, and then he made this amazing video where he was like, Reddit moderators have so much power because we have 55 gorillion clicks of traffic every single day, and we're responsible for that. And Reddit doesn't care, and they treat us like shit. And he was like, we should be treated like celebrities because, and he was being partially sarcastic, but he was also being earnest. He's like, we should be treated like celebrities because we manage the public reputations of incredibly powerful people. God, it was amazing. Yeah, it's good content. I trust Stale to make content that is simultaneously insightful enough to be worthy of reaction, but cringe enough to also be funny. I trust him to do that. Riddell says, you should come on my podcast again and discuss how Republicans can return to a sense of normalcy or the dangers of Dems falling into socialism. Sure. Love to. It's purple party politics, purple Perry politics. There's a guy in commentary who has a similar name to Riddell, and it's a different person, so I don't want to mix them up. I don't want to insult Riddell with Purple Perry's something. Aw, you didn't need to, but I appreciate it. Thank you, King. Christian Valera says, can you admit it's mostly just vibes and some cringe progressive rhetoric and not policy? If not given an example of something you think that AOC is hiding her power level, it still is? No, I refuse. I refuse to just concede on the facts of the matter. When she's the one who like proposed the Green New Deal, when she's the one who oftentimes is the most public advocate of a single payer healthcare system, when she loves Medicare for all, when she probably has America bad anti-American politics, I don't concede that AOC and Gavin Newsom are interchangeable political operators. Sorry. I know that you guys want that to be the case, but particularly like we didn't even get to the good content yesterday. We didn't even get to it. The Rashad conversation was interesting enough, but apparently what you got, we should have started at 40 minutes. And the reason why we should have started at 40 minutes was because of what North reacted to yesterday. So North reacted to the same conversation, but North, what was the, he found a part of the conversation with Rashad Crenshaw where Rashad Crenshaw was like, oh yeah, if the courts or the Supreme Court don't find a ruling that I like, then we should just push past the courts and do whatever the fuck we want. And it's like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking? And then he's like, no, I'm still a liberal though. And then Hutch was like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? And then they thought about it for a prolonged period. And that was like fire. That was peak. And what I'm sick of, because Christian Valeras, I think you're kind of doing the same thing here. What I'm sick of is I'm sick of liberals being like, we're on the war path. We're gonna burn the country to the ground. We're gonna prosecute all our enemies. We're gonna get past. We're gonna ignore pardons. We're gonna pack the court. We're gonna fuck up everybody who's an enemy to the liberals and Democrats. And then you're like, okay, that seems kind of extreme. Can we dial that in a little bit? And then you guys are like, what? I'm the normie. I'm cute. I'm kawaii. Why are you even upset that I'm saying extreme shit? And it's like, what the fuck? You can't have it both ways. You can't be saying like totally wild, illegal, extrajudicial bullshit and then pretend that you're like the same people. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. Grassroots says, Northeast, thank you for the oil, by the way, King. The $100, I don't deserve you, but thank you. The Northeast is prettier in winter than the West Coast. Learn how to drive in snow, you nerds. I'll go ahead and say, no, I won't. I'm on Valor. Just imagine an ableist slur here. Purple political breakdown. There you go. There's a different Riddell. No, there's Purple Perry, and Purple Perry, I think, is a commentary shitter. So, what about the Reddit mod with a fake wife that died? Is that Steve Shives? For those of you who don't know, during the anti-SJW sphere, there was a guy who was probably my age now. He was probably in his late 30s and early 40s. And he was like a social justice warrior video essayist named Steve Shives. And his digital media career sucked. Like he never really got off the ground. But he was a favorite punching bag of the anti-SJWs. And I'm pretty sure at some point they found out that he was catfishing himself with an online Asian girlfriend. I don't know if I'm mixing people up, so I could just be slandering Steve Shives right now. But I vaguely remember that drama. Mr. Feeney says, yeah, you can miss me with the throwing out judge shit. Cannot agree with that. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Feeney. Appreciate you. Rob says, bro, we are on the warpath. A war against normal range BMI. Nice. But I don't think Destiny has that Rashad extreme take. Yeah, sure, but he's on the same path, right? Can you say I'm kawaii again in that voice? I'm kawaii. I'm cute. Horse God says I'm shadow boxing. Well, come down to Orlando and we'll real box. How about that, Horse God? I see your manly beard. I see your domed head. I think you could take a few punches to the forehead. I think you'd be just fine. Riddell says, I agree with Connor that I think punishment is warranted, but they're going to go down a dangerous road. Not just that. Trump's going to do the self-pardon. How do you guys not already know that? I would, dollars to donuts, I would be shocked if Donald Trump doesn't, number one, just like auto self-pardon, a month before the end of his term, and pardon all of his cronies. And then number two, he's going to either that or he's going to step down on the last day, let JD Vance have 1 day of being president, and then he's going to take a full pardon from JD Vance. And then they're going to act like it never happened. That's what's going to happen. So if you want to spend 2 years of political capital doing January 6th commissions that don't result in criminal prosecutions, go for it. I don't give a shit. But I think you're wasting political capital when we have better things to be doing. Okay? That should be like the news media's job or the alternative media's job. The alternative media's job should be doing that. Legislators should be preparing, I don't know, for elections and then get an agenda to execute legislatively. Shocking that in a republic with representative democracy that I would advocate that our representatives actually create a legislative agenda and then execute it. I know I'm the crazy one over here, but oh my God. Where has AOC said America's bad when JD himself exudes America bad? I'm just gonna fist fight everybody. How about that? How about I just get MMA gloves and the like a giant rubber mat, and I just go outside of the DC, like the Lincoln Memorial, like the lawn with an obelisk in front of it, and I just set up the rubber mat, and I'm just saying, like, I'm not leaving until I fist fight AOC and JD Vance and all of my critics. And then I just stay there and I just fist fight people until I die. Until somebody punches me in the neck the right way that finally breaks my neck and then I die. Because honestly, that sounds preferable to like arguing with you guys about whether or not AOC is a normie lib every single day. I'd rather just kill myself. I'd rather die in glorious battle. I say everyone who gets pardoned ask them questions about the laws they broke. They can still be prosecuted for perjury and can't plead the fifth. Or you could go for state level. But then that's going to involve, coordination between the federal government and the state level government in order to figure out what prosecutions apply in what jurisdictions. And then they're going to accuse you of using the deep state to go after them. And they'll be right, and you'll be right. It's a lot of political capital. I'm fine for legal means of retaliatory punishment. I don't expect for Trump, assuming he's given to. Don't know what that sentence means, but sure. YouTube won't let me hype up punishing enemies of the Constitution. Sure. Jonah says Steve Shives was pretty cringe. The catfish thing isn't surprising. Interesting. Hey, I got through half of the message. Did what? Unless his health doesn't let him do that. What? I don't know what we're talking about. Points JK for $5 says anyone pardoned gets called to Congress. They can't plead the fifth. He can't pardon them for future perjury. Can he? Can you not pardon future crimes? Is that like a part of it? Is that a part of it? So Rob Goes Slow says, you know who's going to need a pardon? The acting ICE director. That whistleblower testimony is insane. That somebody did link me that shit. Apparently an instructor who's been with ICE for like 20 years, he quit the ICE academy because he was like, they are training the worst batch of cops I've ever seen in my entire life, which is what we knew was happening. But I I wish he had stayed and fought until he got fired. But I do understand that you can only stay in a toxic work environment for so long. So we'll just applaud him. Thank you, Ice Guy, for stepping down and criticizing your fellow teammates who are making the worst generation of cops who ever existed. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Give me a second. I think I got a voicemail. Nope. Spam. You know who's going to need a part in the acting? Yeah, that's the one I think. Beards are good because in fights, no one can see where the chin is, and your opponent assumes it's solid as fuck. There we go. That's the point of political player map. True. Self-pardon is dubious constitutionally, but it's worth a try. Not every day, just one time. No, I want a fist fight until I'm dead. How about that? Not all of them are going to make it, I would guess. True. Tell us more about this Rhino project. Is this an attempt to avenge Harambe? Yes, it is. Future crimes haven't happened yet, therefore you can't pardon them. Good. That's a good catch. Locally, it's more people. True. The training and sanctioning of agents is level 2. Fell Runner, every time you tell me the level of my commentary, I feel like you're saying you need to get to level 4, and then I have to think about what I'm talking about and how I get to level 4, and I don't want to. All right? I'm yapping. I'm yapping to yap. I'm yapping to express my ideas, but I'm also yapping to yap. So I was gonna hold off on the Rhino project until later. Till we're like almost done with stream. And shit, I might, but then I'll be tired as hell. So let me go ahead and tell it to you right now. We are, I hate to say it, but I'm experiencing some stagflation myself. Okay. The counterpoints, Star Wars and sci-fi are doing well and they're growing, but I don't expect them to be monetized for another 6 months. And then even once they're monetized, I expect them to be bringing in a very moderate income, several $100. Now, over the course of several years, they're probably going to bring in a healthy chunk of change, but that's a lot of work and a lot of time before they start like earning their keep, so to speak, from a time investment standpoint. But I'm going to keep doing them because I love them, right? 40K, I have good news. They released a Sisters of Battle episode today, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. There's some like woke DEI shit, like the sergeant, the Palatine is black and she has an African accent, which is not a problem for me. I don't give a shit. There's African people in space, you know, especially 40,000 years from now. We've definitely gotten Africans onto rockets and shot them into space 40,000 years from now. But there's also like a Russian chick too, right? And so I was like, oh, they kind of like balanced it out. They got like an Eastern European, you know, like Northern Eurasian broad to balance out like the African chick. All right, that's interesting. So I'm going to do the breakdown with all the lore, and then at the end I'm going to do a political rant, but it's good action, so it's probably going to get good viewership. At minimum, I'm going to get 50 to 150,000. So I'm like laying out the entirety of my life right now, but just go with me for a second. So, and then politics, we do have a solid foundation. I'm not trying to talk shit about what we do here. Because we have Oilers, because we have, grassroots hegemon, Christian Valeris' support, Gen X, Dr. Zayas, Deus Halcyon, Numenax. I'm trying to think of like every chipper in Oiler. Fell Runner, Vazraka. I'm trying to think of some other people who have supported. Well, QC John drops oil. Entropy X drops oil. The point is we have a good community, and we have a community that supports me, and I appreciate that. But we're stuck at 100 to 150 live stream viewers. We just are right now, okay? And I've talked about strategies to get us higher viewership, but I haven't been able to execute them because of time. I just don't have the time to sit down, edit all my own videos to a higher level, cut up shorts, post them, all that kind of shit. And like I said, my schedule might change soon. That gives me more flexibility to the point that I can do that, but I just have not been able to execute that for the past like 2 months, despite knowing that I need to. So what I was thinking, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, I'm not committing to anything, but it's something that I wanted to talk to you guys about. So I have wanted to call myself a Rhino for a year because I think Rhino is interesting, because it's used as an invective and an insult. in order to insult Republicans who are not Republicans because they don't suck Trump's dick, right? But the truth is that I think that Trump cultists have abandoned every ideological foundation and conservative belief that I believe in. They've just thoroughly abandoned it. And so 55% of the Republican Party is not Republican. They don't believe in a republic. They don't believe in a constitution. They don't believe in the, three forms of, they don't believe in middle school civics. These motherfuckers, if Trump wanted to be a dictator, if Trump wanted to be a king, they would make him king. They would make him dictator for life. They're actually not Republican in philosophy. They've stolen the name. They've destroyed it. And so originally, because I'm a nerd, I was thinking, how do we turn the Rhino into an acronym and a symbol of real Republicans? And I came up with something that was shitty. Know that I know that it's shitty before I even say it. And it was Republican who hates isolationism, ethno-nationalism, and race obsession. But I think that I'm guilty within that acronym of, number one, it's really complex. It doesn't flow off the tongue. Number two, it makes it a negative, which is part of the reason why Never Trump Republican is kind of a tough sell, is because you're not forwarding, we're just as guilty of every other political faction, of not forwarding a positive view of the country. We're guilty of just saying we're not Trump, so we're better. And that's not a particularly strong selling point. And so when we were talking about noble obligations the other week, and when I was talking to North or Taze or somebody within the past couple of weeks, something kicked loose in my brain. And I was like, Rhino, a Republican who has integrity and national objectives. And weirdly enough, that captures a lot of anti-Trump Republicans now. It captures Mitt Romney. It probably even captures Dan Crenshaw to a degree. It definitely doesn't capture Marco Rubio, because I think he gave up his integrity in order to work with the Trump administration, but it's something he could aspire to, right? And not just that, but Don Bacon, Thomas Massey. I'm trying to think of some other Republicans who have actually stood up and said, "Fuck you, we're not doing this." The Indiana Republicans who said we could gerrymander, but we're not going to because the Trump administration is going to bully us into it, and we don't take kindly to bullies. Eat a dick, you fucking pieces of shit. That's based, right? Reason, honor, independence, not opportunism. Maybe. But the point is that we could come up with a half dozen to a dozen acronyms for Rhino, and then I think rhinoceros are powerful creatures, and they're rare. And I think that kind of plays into the meme that Rhino Republicans or Never Trump Republicans are a rare breed. And so the model is cool. The symbolism is cool. The acronym we can work on, and we could have the acronym be multiple things. Reason, honor, independence, no opportunism. Republicans who hate identitarianism or isolationism, ethno-nationalism, and what was the other one that I said? Identity obsession. And also a Republican who has integrity and national objectives. And these are all things that I want to push towards. I want to push the culture towards, because I feel like Destiny and I are different. I think Pisco and I are different. I think when you look at the politics of Pisco and Destiny and Hutch and the liberals, we have something fundamentally different about the way that we see the world. I think that as liberals, they put freedom as the maximal human virtue. It's like, does your freedom impede upon somebody else's freedom? If the answer is no, then you should be allowed to do it. Whereas clearly, I think a society that promotes and rewards evil and shitty behavior at minimum should be culturally criticized, and at maximum should be legislated against. Once again, if I could snap my fingers and turn us into Switzerland or Singapore, then I probably would. Because I actually think that while those countries have weird authoritarian statist bullshit, they also genuinely seem to care about their populations. They seem to have enough nationalist pride to care about their populations while still having really complex state apparati, right? And so I would if I could, but I don't think we culturally can, because I don't think Americans are down for giving up that much freedom, which is fine. It's fine. But we need to be a temperamental balance against the like aggressive authoritarianism of the far right. And we need to be a counterbalance to the degeneracy of liberals. And we need to be a check on progressivism run rampant. And we need to be like anti-communist and anti-socialist, right? And so that niche needs to be filled. And the fact that that niche is not being fulfilled, it's like destabilizing our society. And the fact that people like me are silent, they're silent. They're like, all that shit's so crazy, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to work my job and take care of my family. That's 90% of people who are like me. 90% of people who are like me are exactly like that. They're like, politics is too crazy. The left wing's too crazy. The right wing's too crazy. I'll vote every 4 years for the lesser of two evils. But realistically, I got better shit to do than lose my life, arguing with zealots about politics. Unfortunately for me, I am addicted to arguing with zealots about politics. So anyways, I want to represent that class of people. And so the Rhino is something that I was thinking about doing. Taze was kind of saying like, oh, well, the rebrand, Counterpoints is already strong. You already have the Counterpoints brand. It's multi-branded across multiple channels. Rebranding is tough. And you're basically starting from scratch. And then not just that, it would also take like a difference in content, right? Because coming on here and just cussing with, 100 to 150 internet schizos is fun. It's fun and it's lucrative and I love it. But there are people who are doing less work and achieving more results. And I think that we need to, on top of the other 10 projects that I'm doing, I think I might need to take a stab at it. So just to make that clear, there are people that I know and love. Adam Mockler, Josiah. Those are the only two that I love. Everybody else is a fucking loser. I don't like Luke Beasley. I don't like, what's that guy with the beard that I made fun of a few weeks ago? Jeremy Hambley, the quartering. I don't like those cunts. But they've obviously figured out the YouTube algorithm in a way that works for them. And I can't promise that I'm going to do well with this project. But what they did is they just did 10 to 20 minute videos at 3 times a day covering current events from their political perspective. And for whatever reason, if you get linked into the algorithm and you can do that 2 to 3 videos a day from your political perspective, you just start fucking printing money. It's the Midas Touch model. It's the Adam Mockler model. It's the Josiah Pondering Politics model, right? And so for me, it's like I can stay in the grind of live streaming, and I still will. I'm still going to live stream 25 hours a week. It's still really fun. But I think that when I'm at home and it's nighttime and the kids are asleep and the wife is doing her own thing and I'm just sitting there for 3 hours and I don't have a YouTube video to edit for Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Star Wars, or 40K, I think I need to push myself, because normally I'm exhausted. My brain is totally fried. I think I need to push myself in order to do 1 to 3 10 to 15 minute videos summarizing a current event from a conservatarian lens. And 100% it's going to be some stupid shit like Luke's too feminine looking. Yep, correct. Luke Beasley looks like a pussy. That's correct. That's why I hate him. He looks like somebody who you like punch and then he goes, ah, and then he's like, instead of getting into a fighting stance, he just like he like massages his sinuses while blood shoots out of his face. That's what looks like it would happen if you punched Luke Beasley in the face. He would just go, ah, ah, and then he would just like walk away as blood streaming down his face. So yeah. So anyways, that's kind of the Rhino project, because once again, I love hanging out with you guys. I love creating live stream content. I love Counterpoints 40K. I love Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars, and I'm going to keep going with all those projects. So these projects are promising. They are, weirdly enough, we went from Counterpoint Star Wars, I started like a year ago, but there was no real financial incentive to keep going because I knew that it was going to be a lot of hours. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to chill. But we went from like 3 watch hours to like 170 watch hours in 3 months. And it's 3,000 watch hours to get monetized. And we're already a sixth of the way there. And I expect the channel to continue to grow. So I expect, like within a year, if we just stabilized, the channel would be monetized. But that's not how content creation normally works. Normally with content creation, the more you produce a popular product, like your growth is logarithmic. It's not a straight line, it's logarithmic. So effectively, even if I was on a straight line, I would be monetized on Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars by the end of the year. But realistically, if I experience logarithmic growth through random exposure, through YouTube Shorts, or I just have a video that does really well and it hits the algorithm, then we're getting monetized sooner than that, and we're going to make good money with it. So I need to keep going. It's just a lot of work, man. It's just a lot of work. It's fun work. I love my job. I love my work. But, dude. All right. I'm going to say it. Josiah talked to me when he was first getting really successful, and it's not a few $1,000s a month. It's not just paying your bills. It's tens of thousands of dollars, dude. It's tens of thousands of dollars. It totally changes your fucking life. It changes your life. It changes the way that you interact with people. It changes the clout. It changes who you can talk to and who you can't talk to. And I'm tired of being stuck at that. Yeah, I'm making money, so I'm doing better than 99% of the people who participate in content creation. But I am tired of spitting my... I'm tired of being the bridesmaid and never being the bride. Okay? I want to be the bride. It's my turn. It's my turn to get married. It's my turn to kiss somebody in the face. Okay? Anyways. So yeah, that's kind of the Rhino rant. I'm just telling you that I might start up another channel. I might start doing, not Trump bad slop, but I might start doing like 10 to 20 minute current event conservatarian slop. And that might suck up some of my time. So anyways. Let me read this super chat that Grassroots. Thank you, Grassroots, for being so generous today. I really do appreciate it. Grassroots says, I kiss my DEI hire Scott Bessent poster to sleep every day for not just pushing a pen into his eye. Nice. That's kind of a wild super chat. Kind of a wild super chat, but that's okay. And somebody said, oh, hold on, let me read these. Scott is our libertarian queen. True. Tico Suave says, and everything else is lesser for not addressing that language and accents with Dree. Never mind, you're on a roll and this is distracting. Oh, if you're talking about The Expanse, Belta Lauda. Oh, and everything else is lesser for not addressing that language and accents will... I don't know what that is, but yeah, like I'm gonna talk about the Counterpoints 40K thing, and I'm gonna be like, we live on one planet. You guys do understand this, right? We live on planet Earth. We have, what, 5 or 6 races? We have hundreds of languages, dozens of like regional accents per language. And you think that when we go to space and we start colonizing 1 million planets, and 1 million planets are separated by time and space for thousands or tens of thousands of years, you think that they're not going to develop regional accents that are reminiscent of Terran-born accents? That's horseshit. And so for me, like, I got a lot of chud kudos for my anti-female custodies rant, where I was like, female custodies are okay, but it's a canary in the coal mine for female space marines. 95% of the actual fan base that's been dedicated to 40K for the past 40 years doesn't want female space marines. As a result, you know, go fuck yourself. That was kind of my, like, fem-stodies rant. You know, like, female custodies okay, female space marines, go fuck yourself. That's a too long didn't read of that rant. But I think the chuds are dumb as fuck because they have this thing with the genetic fallacy where if a dumb idea, or well, if a dumb idea comes from the far left, they're like, this idea is dumb and it's from the far left. But if an okay idea comes from the far left, then they're like, this is dumb because it comes from the far left. And it's like, no, you should have the intelligence to evaluate whether or not an idea is dumb or not based off of your own rational thinking. So like, yeah, black people are going to be in space. People with Russian accents are going to be in space. It's fine. It's really not like an existential threat to, it's not an existential threat to the white straight male gamer that there's a black Palatine, which is basically like a lieutenant, that there's like a black lieutenant 40,000 years from now. A black female sister of battle lieutenant 40,000 years from now. That's not a threat to my masculinity. Unfortunately, if it was a threat to my masculinity, I'd be a fucking millionaire. I'd be like, oh my God, Warhammer has gone so woke. The world is over. Everybody should kill themselves. And then I would be a millionaire. God, if only I didn't have a shred of integrity. Christian Blair says, what is the ideal purpose of the Rhino Project? To convince more right-wingers, MAGA, to leave the MAGA movement? I'm sorry, but this seems ineffective against every right-winger view Connor as a lefty. Okay. Well, Christian Blair, show up to DC so I can fucking fistfight you. I want to fistfight you first. Free editor items will work for clout and CV recommendations if they want the experience. Yeah, but I don't want to take advantage of somebody's fucking desire for... I don't want to take advantage of somebody's naivete. Christian Laris, for this project to be even moderately efficient, Connor needs to probably distance himself from lefties like Destiny and Pisco. Nah. I think you probably need to collaborate with more people right of center to grow your audience rather than with the liberal Dem crowd. I mean, I agree, but I hate so many of them. So for instance, like, so I could probably harass Tim Pool's booker until she finally responds to me. But the truth is, she'd probably just block me after a while. But Tim Pool is the contrarian conservatarian audience right now, but he's brainwashed them into being retarded. And then same thing with the Sitch and Adam crew. Them devolving into 80 IQ retards is fucking embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the conservatarian libertarians. They're so fucking brain rotted by being like, yeah, Trump might have killed 3 million to 14 million people through incompetence with USAID and PEPFAR, but didn't the CIA, you know, make a social media app in order to overthrow the Cuban government? And it's like, yeah, but isn't that good? Don't we hate communists? Like this whole like isolationist cringe. I know why it works. It's because people are sick. They're sick of the military American adventurism. What did I say? They're sick of the what? What did I say? There was a word before that I don't think matched. Anyways, they're sick of the war on terror military adventurism. And so they don't want to be involved in other people's bullshit. But they're pussies, and they should be called pussies. Horse God says, remember us plebs when you break into the algorithm and get invited to George Soros and Rupert Murdoch's secret joint dinners? Okay, I will. Is this a counterpoint State of the Union? Relatively speaking, yeah. Destiny looks like he'd take a punch the same way as Luke Beasley. Nah, no, he's Cuban. He would like pull out like a very tiny pocket knife that has no ability to actually kill you, and then he would stab you, not in your dick and balls, but in the pelvic girdle right above your dick and balls until you fall over. That's my prediction for what Steven would do if you punched him in the face. Connor, what email can I send to reach out to you? Counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. COUNTERPOINTSCONOR@gmail.com. Counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. And CONOR. I only have one N on it. And there was a guy who reached out to me. He hasn't responded to my email, but he was like, hey, I'm going to run for Congress I'm a liberal, but I'm going to run for Congress in Idaho or some shit as a Republican, because I actually want to represent like sane Republicanism as a philosophy. And I think what needs to be done to rebalance the Overton window. And what do you think about like shepherd Republicans? He's like, I want to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. And I was like, why don't we use the Kangol? Have you guys ever seen a Kangol dog? You know blue dog Democrats? So I like the rhino symbolism. It's what I came up with. But I 100% would join a caucus called the Shepherd Republicans. And I'm going to show you a Kangol shepherd dog. They're fucking amazing. Kangol shepherd dog with spiked collar. So, on top of... Let me show you guys this real quick. So on top of the rhinoceros as a party affiliation or like a way to represent yourself as a sane Republican, I think that there should be a caucus of shepherd Republicans. And you could like lean into Christian symbolism, but I would, the way that there's blue dog Democrats, I would do shepherd Republicans, and I would basically do art with a Kangol with a spiked collar. Because this dog's job is to protect sheep. So he has a nurturing job. He is a protector. He has a soft as baby shit job. But in order to do his soft as baby shit job, he has to be ready to fuck up coyotes. And he normally, especially in Eurasia, they wear a collar covered in like spikes and blades. That way, if a coyote or a wolf, I don't know if they have wolves in Eurasia anymore, they might have hunted them into extinction, but they basically wear these collars. That way, if coyotes or wolves or leopards attack their throats, they get stabbed in the face. And like, I can't think of something more fucking metal than a 200-pound Mastiff mix. Mastiff Eurasian Shepherd mix with a spiked collar. This shit is so fucking metal. And so, yeah. You know, the Rhino Republicans don't exist. I want to create it. The Shepherd Republicans don't exist. I want to create it. I just don't have enough time, money, discipline, intelligence, energy, or... Anyways, George Bush should call me, you know? If George Bush is like, hey, Connor, I've been watching... I do a really good George Bush accent. I don't do a good Obama accent, but I do an okay George Bush accent. But like, hey Connor, I've been watching the streams and I really like what you're doing over there. Here's $10 million to create the Rhino Republicans and the Shepherd Republican caucus in Congress. I really like what you're doing over there. That'd be fucking great. That'd be fucking great. So I probably need to talk to Ken Harbaugh about this idea as well. The man is homosexual? Probably. Oh, hold on. Stop. Drop. The problem is evil and shitty are a matter of opinion. Sure. Restore honor in non-obedience. Maybe. For this project to be even moderately efficient, Connor needs to probably distance himself from lefties. No. You cunts. Ooh, Republicans honestly is not optional. Republican honesty is not optional. See? There's tons of shit we could do. Vote for the not crazy doesn't seem like a workable campaign strat. I know. I agree. We have to have a positive vision of the future. Politics JK says, Connor, I've said this is my problem for a long time. Conservatives checked out and no one's repping their position. Yep. Outside of North, I can't name a single center of right streamer, content creator. I think it would be good for Connor to reach out to more veterans. I would have expected more collabs with Valor. Correct. I need to talk to Ken Harbaugh. Luke Beasley is whatever, to be honest. True. 5-minute rage bait slop. True. The real money ideas is that you talked about with Hutch, liberal coded gun shit. Yeah, but the liberal coded gun shit, I absolutely want to do. I want to create a YouTube channel like I don't have enough ideas as it is. I want to create a YouTube channel called like the Libtard Militia. Holy shit, that'd be so fucking funny. I know that liberals would hate it, but like the Libtard Militia, which would just be like liberals learning about guns from scratch over and over and over again, and then doing increasingly complex gun shit. But you understand that that would take tens of thousands of dollars, right? Because you need to get probably airsoft, or you either need to get like airsoft replicas, or you need to get, what are those guns? The sim guns. You either need sim guns or you need airsoft guns. Then you also need real guns, and you need real ammunition. Then you need range time. Then you need videographers. Then you need the time to edit the videos. Then you need to post them. Each video is a Saturday where you probably spend a few $100. So that doesn't just cost thousands of dollars. That costs tens of thousands of dollars. So is Hutch lol? Probably, but I like Hutch. I would like videos that I can send to my MAGA family based. If you take an hour or two of live stream and just turn chat off, we can watch it while you make it. That's true. I would like to see a mind map strategy of how Connor plans to convince MAGA ex-MAGA to become rhinos. Honestly, it's probably just going to take time. It's probably just going to take time for Trump to take so much damage that it's no longer optical to be a Trump cultist. Is this a Counterpoint State of the Union? Yes. Destiny looks like he'd take a punch the same way as Luke Beasley. Bullshit. Connor, what email can I reach out to you? I said it, but I'll say it again. counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. COUNTERPOINTS. C is in Charlie, O is in Oscar, N is in November, O is in Oscar, R is in Romeo @gmail.com. Laugh my ass off, Counterpoint State of the Union. I thought you were telling me to shut the fuck up for a second, Nits Online, because I'm blind. Somebody said... Somebody said Josiah is almost a millionaire. Yes. Josiah definitely tapped into anti-MAGA boomers. He really did. Fashion 40, you saw he got the combo with Gavin Newsom. To be honest, I'd rather a conservative like you than a bum-ass Tim Pool or any of those crucible fucks like Wilson. Me too. Christian Blair says a lot of his audience are liberals and progressives, but normies, not typical online chatters viewers. True. Didn't the accents of the Americans develop over a few hundred years? It 100% did. I wish we still had the North Atlantic accent. The, you know, I love you, but my Tommy gun don't. Ah, bring me the booze. Bring me the gin, see? I love that accent. I think it's hilarious. Connor, have you seen, there's a new Expanse game coming out? Absolutely. I broke it down on my Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel. You should go subscribe, Fatsimo, to my Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel, and you should watch it. The new Expanse game looks slow. I love Owlcat games, but the release is usually buggy. Sure. Which Warhammer faction is going to incorporate the Louisiana accent? The Guard. What about trans Space Marines? Absolutely the fuck not. The Black Lieutenant is only a problem if they start walking about all the racism problems they have. They don't have any racism problems. Their racism problems are being insufficiently racist to orcs. Define right of center. Well, not Trump. I mean, I could absolutely define right of center, but I think it's easier to say, like, Romney, McCain, Crenshaw, Haley. Republicans having integrity and neighborhood-oriented. Maybe. I like national objectives because it just says, like, we're going to have a positive vision of the future. Christian Lair says, I could see Connor and Mrs. Points, the whole bow in the fifth column strategy, but Mrs. Points doesn't want to be online, which I understand. Yep. I don't think you can claw back many MAGA, but you can swing old school Republicans that hold their nose and vote straight ticket because they think crime waves and trans kids are the biggest problem. Yep. That would definitely be a part of the audience for sure. Zenith says, I feel like America didn't do a good job explaining soft power and why USAID wasn't purely charity. Correct. Chokeholds and shit. True. Not just swept, but fundraise for him. Puts him in a whole different section. Don't know who that's in reference to. He only turned on Trump. It's because of Israel. God, I hate Ben Shapiro. Yep. Fake news. Counterpoint's real name is Connor. True. Bluey. Yes. Turkic Shepherd. Yes. Tibetan Mastiff or get out of my face. I do love a Tibetan Mastiff. Christian Lara says, there is something to masculine Bluey. I know several adult female women that said when they were drinking, they would fuck him, lol. Yeah. Bluey's dad, Bandit. Yeah, 100%. They're all in love with Bandit because Bandit like bitches about all the shit he has to do, but you can tell he's not really a reluctant father. He's tired, but he does everything that makes his family like happy and healthy and fun and cool. Yeah, like Bandit is a good role model, unironically. Connor, this may be some completely ignorant about YouTube, but doesn't making a lot of separate channels not lead to success? Wrong. So the reason why people say that is because you should quintuple down on one thing that works. Okay? So I really shouldn't be a politics streamer at all. I should be a Warhammer YouTuber and live streamer. That's what I should be. I should be going live every single Sunday when the Warhammer news drops, and I should talk exclusively about Warhammer. And I should not only break down all of the videos, I should create probably like a Counterpoints 40K lore channel, and I should break down lore endlessly. That way I can cross-pollinate between that shit and this shit. But I don't want all of my life to be Warhammer. Warhammer's cool, but it's not the entirety of my life. You know, like I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm a former Marine. I'm a former cop. I'm a political commentator. I like to lift weights, but I don't like to lift weights so hard that I burst my tendons. I like to shoot guns, but I can't afford to shoot guns, so I only shoot guns on occasion. I love science fiction more than just Warhammer. Like I'm a plural person. So I think that you're right in the sense that all of the energy that I'm spending on multiple channels, I should just be spending on marketing and additional content for Warhammer 40K. But I think that's how you become a shitty creator, is by exclusively finding and pandering to your niche. So, Connor, who's the right-wing version of Pangburn? I know. I don't know. I'm sorry, Connor. I promise I won't send Bonnie Blue. It's fine. Connor, about to get the most Bonnie Blue links to his email. Connor, what's your take on the awkwardly long applause, excessive USA chants, and standing after every sentence during the State of the Union? It's pretty common. It's pretty common. Like, go watch a Bush State of the Union or a Bush, like, national address during the War on Terror. That's pretty normal. I think what's weird about it is that Trump is such a uniquely large piece of shit that you have to ignore the fact that he's a pedophile currently covering up a pedophile sex ring in order to be a part of the cult. I think that's my problem. It's not the excessive patriotism and cheers and clapping that pisses me off. It's the fact that they're doing it for a pedophile while he's sweeping a pedophile ring. Space Marines maybe not be trans, but they definitely undergone gender-affirming care. Correct. Yeah. Are those Republicans online, though? No. Most of that demographic are working folks, and they don't have time to be watching streamers online. True. But there's a few conservatarians. We got Weld QC John. We got Grassroots Hegemon. We got, and by the way, there's plenty of Sitch and Adam Oilers. Like JMac is a Sitch and Adam Oiler. What else? There's other people who donate to Sitch and Adam all the time. But the problem is, in my opinion, that they got so used to the Tim Pool, Sitch and Adam, I'm a liberal but memosphere, the anti-SJW memosphere of the past decade, that Sitch and Adam, I hate to say it, but I think they know where their bread is buttered. So Sitch will throw an elbow. I'm not trying to impugn Sitch, okay? I'm not trying to impugn Sitch at all. I think Sitch is a great guy. I think he's really insightful. Half the time, when I do listen to Sitch and Adam, which is not all the time, but I do listen to them on occasion, Sitch and Adam steals the thoughts from my brain, and then he says them out loud. Sometimes he says them too tactfully. He is too nice to his audience. He is too nice to Adam. But Sitch is a decent guy who's insightful and intelligent. And when he says, I'm a liberal, but I think he's sincere. However, I think he's been hanging out with like Tim Pool-esque Trump sycophant conservatarian freaks, and he knows that they're soft as 10-ply tissue paper, and he knows that they're soft as baby shit. And so as a result, he can only throw elbows so hard before his chat freaks the fuck out. Yeah, dude, if you read their chat, it's bad, dude. It's bad. Every time Sitch like fucking gets outside of the box of, yeah, Trump's bad, but have you heard the left thing? It gets pretty spicy in chat. And then not just that, but what was the other one? When Short Fat Otaku comes on, the Short Fat Otaku, he might as well have been a communist. He might as well have been Hassan Piker. He might as well have been a tanky for the way that they were treating him. Their chat was fucking repulsed by devs bullshit, centrist lib coded bullshit. Yeah, they're total fucking retards. Sorry for using an ableist slur on Valor Media Network, but man, there's not very many ways to describe them. And there's good people in the chat too. Like I like Lucifer the Doberman. I like Zero Fucks. I like Sitch, obviously. But yeah, man, their whole ecosphere is soft as baby shit, and it fucking pisses me off. Oh, Rob Goslo says, also you need a dating advice channel, counterpoints, or cooter points. True. Do you know what my dating advice is? Be 6'4". There, that's my dating advice. Be tall. You don't have to have a personality when you're tall. Right? Boom. End of dating channel. Be 6'4". Your life will be easier. My friend's Kangol is so strong that it broke a guy's arm through the collar. They are both game, smart, and strong. I don't know what you mean by game, but yes, Kangols are fucking amazing. But shit, I would own one if there's such thing as a chill Kangal, but I think they're working dogs, so I think that they prefer to be outside. There's entire shepherd breeds that prefer to be outside, which is kind of wild to me. Apparently, some Pyrenees, some Eurasian shepherds, and some Kangals and Tibetan Mastiffs, they will actually ask to go outside because they feel wrong if they're inside. If they're inside, they're like, I'm supposed to be working right now. And so they will ask to go outside, and then they'll just lounge outside because if they stay inside for too long, they get anxious. It's actually interesting. I kind of like that. AK Batosai says, you need to collab with someone to come up with a 15-minute workout for employers and get millions selling to them. Yeah, sure. I would love that. Dad Bod Fitness, another channel I would love to do. I read their chats. Their audience is as bad as Tim Pool's. Yep. I guess I think you are being a bit over ideal. If it's a job and work, you may have to make trade-offs. Once the money flows, you have leeway. Yeah, but we're doing good, man. I'm bitching. I'm bitching because, okay, I'm just being transparent, okay? To keep my life afloat, I need $6,000 a month, okay? And that's not even paying taxes. You know, the tax man is going to be very upset this year because he's going to be like, hey, Connor, you owe this much. And I'm going to be like, I'll pay you by October. You know what I'm saying? So I need to make $6,000 a month. I get, like I said, $1,500 a month from the federal government because I haven't been able to turn my neck since 2007. I got a little bit of PTSD and I definitely have heartburn. Okay? So I get $1,500 because I haven't been able to turn my neck since 2007. Then I make $1,500 to $4,000 a month from Warhammer. So I've just built up the channel. I got hit recently, so that kind of sucks. But $1,500 a month is from Warhammer on the low side, and then $4,000 a month when they release a couple of episodes and the channel pops off, $4,000 a month. It's really, when I get a $4,000 a month, y'all know it because like I'm buying Starbucks and shit. when I get a fat 40K chat, I buy a gun and I have a couple of matcha lattes to celebrate that not only do I get to pay my bills, but I also have a few extra $100, maybe even 1,000. And so I get to buy a gun and eat a little bit of takeout. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, so that's like $3,000 on the low end, and that's $5,500 on the high end. So we're getting there, right? We're getting there. We're getting close. Right? And then what the next thing is Valor. So Valor pays me $2,000 a month up front. I don't have to make shit. They pay me $2,000 a month. Now the understanding is that I'm going to bring in more than $2,000 a month, particularly now because we've had more than 6 months to get established. But basically between Counterpoints Politics, in between Counterpoints Politics and Valor Media Network, I was bringing in more than $2,000 a month. Okay, like within 3 months. Now, 80% of that was Grassroots Hegemon. Let's be real. Let's be real. $1,500 was from Grassroots Hegemon. Because he took pity on me and my channel. So he helped us float. You know those first few months. Okay, but. He, you know, we've established more chippers and more oilers since then that getting $2,000 a month is not a big deal. Okay. So let's say we have a slow month on 40K. So we got 1,500 from 40K. We got 1,500 from the feds. That's $3,000. And then we got $2,000 a month from Valor Media Network. So that puts me at 5K. That puts me in spitting distance, right? So if I have a few VODs that do okay on Counterpoints Politics, and then if I have a few streams on Counterpoints Politics where, you know, Oilers and Chippers throw down, I made it. I'm Gucci. I'm good. I'm paying my bills and then some. And we've been doing that since September, which I'm so proud of, dude. I am so proud. I'm kind of sad that Charlie Kirk had to die in order for me to do well, but, you know, it happens, right? So since September, it's now end of February. So September, October, November, December, January, we've brought in enough money in order for me to pay my bills. Okay? I am ecstatic. And if I lost this job tomorrow, let's say all of you guys are like, Connor used the N-word on stream. We hate his guts. We're out. See you later. You know, but fuck Connor. Like, I go from 100 to 150 viewer Andy. If I drop down to a 30 viewer Andy and nobody's donating and everybody's calling me fat and gay in chat, right? Let's say that happens tomorrow. I would still be proud and happy to have worked as a full-time content creator for 6 months, right? I would still be like, most people don't get to do this job. The fact that I got to do it for 6 months and be able to pay my bills is a privilege that I will look back on fondly. That's the way that I feel about the job, because I know it can be taken away at any point, right? However, if we buckle down, if I keep going with Counterpoints 40K, if I keep going with Counterpoint Sci-Fi, if I keep going with Counterpoint Star Wars as a backstop to my political streaming, if I start marketing myself correctly through well-edited VODs and shorts and collaborations and all that kind of shit, why can't I be up there with the greats? There are so many retarded people who do this job. There are so many people who there's so many retarded people who do this job. I could name them for you. Hassan Piker is a dumb person. He's a millionaire. Denims, her content sucks. She probably makes 6 figures. Mike from PA is one of the most repulsive people on the planet. He makes 6 figures from streaming. I don't know, man. There's a ton of people that I hate who make shitloads of cash in this industry. Now, the truth is, they make their money from their VODs, and I have a problem with that. I have a problem with my VODs. My VODs are too long. A majority of my audience has already seen them. The editing quality is subpar for the industry. And so, as a result, I am not doing what I need to do in reference to VODs. It's just true. And so, something has to change in order to hit that next bracket. But I need to hit that next bracket. So, or I desperately want to hit that next bracket. So if that's Rhino, or if that's I start editing my VODs myself to increase quality, or whatever, then I have to do it. Because if we hit that next bracket, we can do all the cool shit that I want to do. If I was making tens of thousands of dollars a month off of VODs, you don't think that I'm doing liberal gun content? You don't think I'm doing disaster aid? You don't think I'm doing crazy shit? I'm doing crazy shit all the time. You guys are like, hey, Connor, you talk a lot of shit about fist fighting. I want to fist fight you, and I live in Wyoming. And I'd be like, all right, I'm buying a $200 Spirit airline ticket so I can go fist fight one of my chatters in Wyoming. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, and I love you guys. I seriously, I'm bitching and I'm describing my position, where I want to be and what I want to do, but I am sincerely appreciative of what you guys already provide to me as is, and I do not want my descriptions of the status quo and my descriptions of where I want to be construed as being ungrateful. I am not ungrateful. I am so thankful for everything you guys have provided for me, and like I said, if this all ended tomorrow, I would view it as an extreme privilege. I'd be really fucking depressed when I go back to my construction admin job. I would be super depressed. And I would keep doing Counterpoints 40K and Counterpoint Star Wars and sci-fi on the side. But I would have considered being a political live streamer for 6 months, able to pay my bills on my own since September. I would consider it an extreme privilege. Extreme. So, Airborne says, okay, I know it's a bit, but I think the most important dating message to get out is unremarkable people can have healthy romantic lives. True. That's unironically true. Fashion 40 says, shit, I need 4K and I just have a girlfriend. Fuck, I'm not having kids. Kids are expensive, bro. Kids are expensive. You need to have kids, though. Stop being a pussy. Everybody stop being a pussy. Go have kids now. Go have kids now. You don't have to marry the woman. Just have kids. We need more whites and Hispanics. Maybe a few Muslims every now and then. Maybe a few Jews, but we need more whites and Hispanics. Maybe a few blacks. Maybe a few mixed racers. Yeah, everybody go have kids. Stop using condoms. They're cringe. Grassroots says the Kangol live outdoors and the kennels are made to appease them. Yeah, I know. They're crazy. Christian Blair says, holy shit, it's not 2010 anymore. The VA is not nearly as fucked up as it used to be. True. True. I was thinking about going back because one of my friends said, hey man, with how fucked up your neck is, you could probably get a higher rating. And I don't like taking government money, but if I took government money that then allowed me to execute these projects more quickly, then I would. You know, because they're going to spend it on fucking, they're going to spend it on like studying finches on cocaine. They're going to spend it on, they're going to spend it on like invading and toppling a foreign nation. I've heard of it because I'm a geographics nerd, but like they're going to spend, you know, a few $1,000,000 on toppling a foreign nation that the average American has never heard of, you know? So worst thing they can do is they can subsidize my content creation career until I'm strong enough to pay them more taxes than I take. Fashion 40 says, Connor going through his video, helping his life, and I'm still struggling as a creator. Dude, being a creator is the most fun job I've ever had. And it has an insanely good pay to play ratio. And what I mean by that is on Sundays, I barely talk to anyone. I actually just go to my room, I lie down, I open up my laptop, and I chop, drop, edit, script, move shit around, slice up shorts. I am editing for probably 8 to 10 hours on Sundays. And I still don't have time to get everything done. I don't think once during the workday, I wish I was doing something else. Not once. There is never that like nagging, wagey feeling of like, why am I in this gay ass office? Why am I doing work for this dickhead who makes 100 times more money than me and likes to talk to me about how he spends his money so frivolously? Why am I but yeah, when you're working for yourself and you actually enjoy your job, you typically do not get the nagging existential dread of wasting your life for somebody else's project. So Christian Blair says, not sure it would help, but I should stream on Kick. Yeah, I should stream on Kick and I should stream on Twitch. But that obviously involves back-end admin work that I need to, you know, shut the fuck up. I need to stop talking about it and I just need to do it. Oh, fucking hell. But I have done stuff. So for instance, like I mounted the camera on the wall. I got the 3 monitors. I actually, last night, I ordered the new stream lights that I'm going to mount to the desk. I talked to Stevie, who's one of my financial backers. I talked to him about the Rhino channel on Sunday. You know, I've been talking to my editor about increasing the quality of the edits. I've been, you know, like we're making moves. It just, you know, in any entrepreneurial venture, take whatever you want to do, double or triple the cost, and double or triple the time. That's how long it's going to take. AK Batusai says, how long did liberal gun content, you could get 1 million subs if you appealed to average Joes and it wasn't overly political? Sure. But once again, I don't have tens of thousands of dollars. I don't have tens of thousands of dollars lying around to buy guns and ammo and range time and video time and editing and all that shit. So we have to overcome that logistical hurdle first. Just Julia says, you're low-key convincing me to try content creation, laugh my ass off. If you love it, you love it. And if you're good at it, you're great. It's one of the... It's my favorite job that I've had so far in my life. Jeb Kush says, we keep trying, but my boyfriend can't get pregnant. Okay. Thanks, Jeb. Fashion says, bruh, I'm barely able to keep up with my bills now. Daddy-o, hire me when you get big and pay me. I'll have mixed kids for you. All right. Fair enough. Deal. Christian Valera says, Connor, we told you to go back to the VA 6 months ago. I know. We're busy bees. We're busy bees. Not where I thought I was going to my bedroom with my laptop was going. Yes. Yes. All right, that's enough yapping. That's enough yapping. That was the Rhino project and the Counterpoint State of the Union. So are you guys ready for some Destiny anti-hero content? I'm ready for some Destiny anti-hero content. How about you? The anti-hero. We should take this speech and we should set it to Taylor Swift's anti-hero and try to make it sound like the president from Independence Day speech. Connor, you should pretend to shock your dog, and we can spread the VOD around. All the tankies will flock to you. True, they'll hate me. They'll hate me, but we'll get a lot of hate viewership for a couple of weeks. That'll be great. But I don't want to torture my dog for views. I actually love my dogs. I love my dogs. Sorry for eating trail mix in your earballs, but I'm not grumpy. I'm tired. I'm not grumpy. I'm tired. Let's do, what is it? Destiny anti-hero. It might have been on Dalaban Clips or something. I need to change that. We need an anti-hero. 90 minutes. All right. Let's do it. Was this before or after Trump's State of the Union? During? I don't know. I think it was yesterday. I don't know. It was definitely during the Hutch versus Pisco fight, I'll tell you that. All right. Anonymous chatter stands up, claps, starts USA chant. Thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to go, USA, USA, USA. And then also, what was the other part? I think they cheered for Rubio at some point. I think they were like, Rubio, Rubio. Like when somebody was like, he's the best State Department guy who's ever existed. And there were some like DC staffers who were like, Rubio, Rubio. And I was like, God, if they only knew. If they only knew the Peter Pan Rufio reference, we could have had DC staffers chanting Rufio and Bangarang in the President's State of the Union address. God, that would have been amazing. Standing ovulation every 3 seconds. Yeah, that's what I like. Standing ovulations. Rob says, you just need to find an angle like Andrew Wilson, who produced a kind of social power porn for people who hate regular porn. I know, right? I mean, I kind of think the Rhino thing would be like that, but yeah, you're right. It's like you find a niche and you just bang that drum every single day when you wake up. And realistically, that can be a version of hell, by the way. Like, I feel like a lot of these people are trapped in gilded cages. Like, they make tens of thousands of dollars a year, but they have to wake up every single day and they have to be the monkey banging the cymbal, you know? So the point is, like, you need to be a happy monkey banging a cool cymbal, and that symbol, C-Y-M-B-A-L. You have to be like that, or else you're going to fucking want to kill yourself. Anonymous Shadow for 10 says, I kept waiting for the Dems to get punted out for starting an Epstein list chant. God, that would have been amazing. See? Missed opportunities. Missed opportunities. If instead of Rashida Tlaib every 15 minutes just getting pissed off and just ranting and screaming, if she had started like a Epstein chant, it's like, Epstein's friend, Epstein's friends, Epstein's friends. Dude, that would have sucked the air out of the room. That would have been amazing. I don't want the glory of Hook and Rufio to be any more near Trump and MAGA. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Let me set up the React meta. Let me put myself here in the nice little bottom corner. Let me do a full cam, and let me set up a goal. So, quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grassroots already took care of the oil today, so thank you for being our oiler today, Grassroots. Vaz Raka, gifted. Deus Halcyon, gifted. Deus Halcyon also oiled yesterday with 5 gifted. Thank you, Deus Halcyon, for continuing to chip in. I appreciate it. Politics JK with the 5. Grassroots with the $100. Thank you for the Oil King. I really do appreciate you. I would not be able to do this without you. Grassroots with the 20. Anonymous with the renewed membership, and then Anonymous with the $10. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We almost already hit a goal. So I'm going to set a new goal, which is 10 super chats over the next 2 hours. $2, $5, $10, $100. I don't care. But, you know, I appreciate you guys and thank you for being here. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Your viewership, financial support, and spiritual support does mean the world to me. Yes, it's new. Yes, it's new. Let me do an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a new Destiny treat for you. So Destiny went on this rant because there are some characters that are fighting in his orbit. There's Hutchinson, who I'm sure is going to inspire this rant. There's Pisco, who's a progressive liberal. Hutchinson is like a liberal. And they're fighting over the future of the Democratic Party, and they're also fighting on the tactics that they need to use in order to attack MAGA. And the truth is that Destiny thinks that Hutch is too nice. He thinks he's too principled, too virtuous, too, not condescending, too charitable to the opposite side. And so he's making a rhetorical narrative and mythological argument for an anti-hero, somebody who can walk in and do the dirty deed that needs doing. I don't know if I'm going to like this rant or if I'm going to try to rip it apart, but we'll see. So let's let Mr. Destiny take us on a ride. Let's go.
Okay. Medi is the furthest I'll ever go in terms of supporting people that are politically different than me. But to be clear, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu will be responsible for every dead American, God forbid, if Iran retaliates against U.S. targets in the region and beyond after an unprovoked and illegal attack by the U.S. encouraged by Israel. I like the second sentence part here. Benjamin Netanyahu will not be responsible for this. It will be Donald fucking Trump. Excuse me. The American president does not need to be the fucking Israeli Netanyahu fucking sellout like this. Hutch calls out DGG for not being lived out enough. Okay, Mr. Ultra Wide.
The melody. Thank you for the 2. We must become the heroes people need. Yes, I want Dunk from A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms to be my spirit animal. He has inspired me.
So like DGG is supposed to be like big old libs, right? You know, like big old fucking libs, right? I thought DGG was a bunch of big old fucking libs, right?
Right.
I thought we were like, fuck the tankies.
Yep.
Fuck the tankies. These fucking LARPy motherfuckers. Fuck the tankies.
Wait, do we have...
And then someone sends me a link to some of these fucking Reddit threads.
Uh-oh.
And apparently we're not doing fuck the tankies. Apparently we're gonna do the tanky. We're gonna do the tankies. We're gonna be the tankies.
Yeah. I mean, his first mistake was reading subreddits. That was his first mistake.
I guess that's the new thing that we're gonna do now. We're just gonna like unironically become fucking tankies.
Uh-oh.
Maybe I guess the tankies were right all along. Is that what's going on? What the fuck is happening out there, guys? Jesus.
The posts he is referencing. Wait, which is this linking to a particular post? I can't tell. Comments. It seems like it is. Does it not work? How do I know which comment this link is linking me to? It's the top one on each link. I think they were talking past each other for a bit. Oh, is that how that works? Okay, it'd be nice if there was some kind of indication of that, but okay.
No, he's not, Void Parrot. Just Destiny's digging into it, so I'm sure that he'll be explaining this momentarily. But effectively what's going on is Rashad Crenshaw was on Live and Learn the other day, and I think I already mentioned in chat or mentioned previously that North reacted to a more interesting part of the conversation than what we reacted to. And effectively what he was saying is, well, you know, the Trump administration has been so criminal and so aggressive in their malfeasance that if our court system is unable to hold them to account, then I would want to change the system and overrule the courts. And what IRI and Hutch were saying to greater and lesser degrees is like, okay, we have mechanisms for that. It's called the legislative process. It's called the judicial process. And we have these systems for a reason. And he's like, yeah, but if they don't hold these people to account and these people are threatening the fabric of the republic, we should destroy the republic in order to hold them to account, because we've obviously failed so hard. And once again, like, Rashad was being quite funny, like in that conversation. I actually thought he would, despite forwarding an argument that I hated, I actually thought that he was arguing it in a funny and aggressive way that I found compelling. But the point of it, in my opinion, is bullshit. Like, fuck that. Fuck that and fuck you. You're not a Republican. You're not a liberal. You don't care about due process. You don't care about the judicial system. You don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about any of that shit. You're like an outcomes-based voter, which does make you similar to MAGA. And that was North's point last night that I actually really liked. I was watching North's stream. Was he was saying, like, that's MAGA's entire problem. They call themselves Republicans, but they don't give a fuck about a republic. They don't give a fuck about due process. They don't give a fuck about the courts. They will lie, cheat, and steal as long as they achieve the outcomes that they want. And by the way, that's flexible authoritarianism. That's a component of fascism. So effectively, Rashad Crenshaw is saying, like, we should be liberal fascists. We should be fascists in order to implement a liberal world order. And that's kind of where North was freaking out, and I was sympathizing with North for freaking out.
Rashad is regarded here and made the same mistake Peace and Josiah make whenever they have these debates. Stop accepting and playing in a Hutch's framework. Obviously, if there are sympathetic elements within the system, and you have both the proof and evidence to fight the case, you should appeal verdicts you think are corrupt or maligned with the reality of law. If the Supreme Court behaves in a way that is tangibly bad faith or otherwise antithesis to a healthy democracy, then you should use all available legal avenues to rectify the situation. Rashad's problem is he's getting stun-locked by Hutch, calling him pro-dictatorship, and totally missing that he's essentially forcing himself to argue from the position that we ought to ignore all legal possibilities. At least from this clip, it just makes Hutch look more sane than him.
Correct.
10 minutes. Oh, perfect for my emails. Yes!
When he talks to you
I
about
would ask him this.
Wait, what was this comment? Rashad doesn't know the full details of the Dominion case. I'm guessing that's why Hutch was asking what laws were broken. One thing Steven said is that the right never discusses that Donald Trump needs to do better with messaging because Sean Hannity is the one who does the messaging, who's doing the messaging. Rashad said he wants Schumer and Jeffries gone. I think where he's mistaken is that Schumer and Jeffries are very good at the job of being a politician. That they're just not good at communicating it. And the only way around that, or the solution would be for the media to do the messaging for them. I think they were talking past each other a bit. Fact is, Fox News settled with Dominion because they thought they'd lose the court case against them, meaning they'd be found guilty in a civil court of knowingly lying about whether America had a free and fair election in 2020. Surely there should be legal consequences for their actions, ? I think you can make a liberal argument for that. Okay. It's 3 different posts, by the way. The poster is retarded. Is this guy retarded? I didn't see anything super retarded. Am I? I don't know. Let's listen to the clip. All right.
When he talks to you,
I
about
would ask him the
judicial
same
monarchy.
question.
Messiah's a great guy, though.
I would ask him the same question. You witness us go back and forth on these issues about like preserving liberal norms and
Yeah.
So you know I'm consistent. On
No,
that.
I'm just saying you're being a little. No, I'm supporting Soy Pill, who's my boy.
Always.
This is the exact post he got mad about. Hutch still doesn't get modern politics or elections. Oh. So I know I've been posting constantly about Hutch, but listening to him on Live and Learn just keeps fucking triggering me because he seems to be unable to get some basic points like the bigger picture, especially on the day with Rashad Crenshaw. Okay, let's listen to this.
And I think that he's right. That it doesn't entail just judicial
Why do
monarchy.
you guys do this? He's not talking about like passing legislation to expand the court. He's
My
just saying
lawyer,
ignore the court. That's what he's saying.
Even if he wasn't Hutch, even if he wasn't, so often you're talking about, especially when we're criticizing the left, like, look, this was the choice between fascism and not fascism. How the fuck are you not throwing every single...
They were 3 separate posts. Each of the post titles were slightly different. It wasn't the comments. Wait, what? These are 3 different posts? Oh. Oh, holy shit. Reddit, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. 0.5 out of 2, 1 out of 2, 2 out of 2. Does Reddit have a max cap on videos? You couldn't just stitch these together? Jesus, fuck. Okay, all right. That's okay. I got it. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this again. That's 2 out of 2, 1 out of 2. 0.5 out of 2 should be the first one, right? Had to split the first part into 2 parts, rip link to the rest. Okay, Jesus.
What do conservatives usually have to, what bases do conservatives usually have to cover in order to win? They usually have to cover race, gender, cultural issues in order to win, because they can't win on policy. So we have to take into account, how do they usually win elections? And we have to shut off all of those avenues as best we can, because the reality is that they don't need policy to win, but we do. Not even because honestly, we come to the game with policy, and sometimes we lose. We lose. And we're not losing because the opposite side comes to the table with good ideas. Sometimes they get lucky, like you said. Sometimes unforeseen things happen. October 7th, the war in Ukraine, and Biden's a weak leader and he's asleep at the wheel. These things can happen. But what I like about conservatives is that, excluding Trump's demonic, absolute satanic behavior, they're kind of ready for anything. They have their narrative, they have their message, they have their idea, and there are normies who think Kamala is an evil person because of her laugh. If you're underestimating that ability, that level of like influence mentally on the public, we're going to be, like you said, well, I don't know if it was IRI or you, but like this kind of like eternal back and forth with the right. And frankly, I don't think America can survive a back and forth with the right. I don't. Not forever. There's going to have to be an implosion at some point nationally. You can't possibly believe this kind of cultural back and forth, because that's really what it is going to last.
Okay. So once again, I think that I disagree with Rashad Crenshaw, but I do like the way that he presents it, because I feel like he's actually dealing with descriptive reality, okay? So he's right that propaganda is incredibly powerful, which is part of the reason why I hate democracy, right? It's what democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. It's because the average plebeian, the 80 IQ 7-Eleven worker, no offense, I know plenty of those people, and they work really hard and they are good human beings, but they hear 3 or 4 talking points that appeals to their prior perspectives on reality, and then they just regurgitate those talking points. And if you ever talk to them about politics or ideology or philosophy or whatever, they got 3 or 4 talking points that they got from a radio show or that they got from a TV show or an online show. That's all they got, because they don't want to think about it more deeply than that. They want to think about, this is temperamentally how I view the world. Here's 3 or 4 talking points that line up with my worldview. I'm going to regurgitate them until somebody dunks on me, and then I'll adopt new talking points that will, allow me to, perpetuate my perspective on the world. I think that's true. However, I think that Rashad's prescription sucks, which is effectively like, well, the liberals need to grab the ball and go home with it. And it's like, you don't have the capacity. Okay? You don't have the capacity. The left wing pisses me off. Like the far left wing pisses me off, but they don't have the fucking numbers. You think, a few 100,000 tanky LARPers who are just as likely to shoot themselves as they are likely to shoot a right-wing militia? You think that's an existential threat to the United States from a military standpoint? Absolutely the fuck not. Do you think that all the liberals who are allergic to guns, they basically like pick up a gun and they bust out in hives? Do you think that they're like a forceful threat in order to reinforce the status quo? Absolutely the fuck not. So if the liberals want to come to me and say, hey, like we want to be forceful, we want to be scary, we want to be able to defend our republic forcefully if it ever goes that way, I'm happy to do it. Once again, donate a few $100,000 to the chat so I can start a liberal gun channel. However, if you're going to think that you're just going to be able to pull on the levers of power and you're going to be unchecked by the right wing, you're fucking dumb as shit. I don't know how else to describe it. Like thinking that liberals will be able to like win, you'll be able to win electorally, then you'll be able to do whatever you want to do while you're in office, and then that's going to be unchecked by hard power? Get the fuck out of here. I have no idea. That's more delusional than any fucking militia LARPing revolutionary 3%er bullshit. At least those motherfuckers know how to like load and fire a gun. Grassroots, 100% the case was made there and that this case to make, but it's incomplete and damaged. I'm not sure what you're referencing, but yeah. I don't know if you're talking about Rashad Crenshaw, but if you are, what I would say is he's offering an insight. His prescription sucks. He says it passionately. And that's what I appreciate about him. All right, reading a little bit of chat because I parasocially love you guys and want to hang out with you. And I don't just want to do a segment. So, Christian Blair says, even if Benny and Trump, it would be a total 360 for Trump to approve anything beyond a missile aircraft strike against Iran. Yeah, sure. I think it would be, if we intervene in Iran, it'll be an air campaign taking out key military and leadership personnel and then allowing the Iranians to do a revolution. And then just if it's bloody, it's bloody. And if it's relatively peaceful, it's peaceful. But we would just kill key leaders, key military leaders, and maybe some nuclear infrastructure, and then let the Iranians try to overthrow their government. We would not be doing a ground invasion. Emperor of Elba says, the real discussions can be had and the content will be amazing rather than all the brainwash, garble, and disregard for valuable points on either side. That content doesn't do well. Emperor of Elba, when's the last time that you watched a sane conversation between two technocratic adults? You know? Thought Cotter was going to do Andrew versus NSC today. Yeah, sorry, I got bumped. My apologies. My chat bullies me with what's going to be popular. Void of Parrot says, it's not about effectiveness, Connor. It's about sending a message. I hate you. All right. I can't see who this is. Why can't I see your name? Is it... Can I expand this? Can I expand this? Damn, I literally can't make it any bigger. Anyway, somebody... Is this Anonymous Chatter? Who is this? But somebody chipped in for $2. The far left has Trans Tifa super soldiers. Indeed. Indeed. All right, let's continue. What I'm drawing, though, right here, and this is what pisses me off about isolationists, but this is what also pisses me off about the ideological tribalism of the modern political landscape, is that we're in competition, okay? So I'm going to put secular liberal republicanism and mixed economy capitalism is obviously the way that the Western world works. Then we have this tumor that's growing inside of us, which is fascistic techno-feudalism and Christian nationalism. And it's wildly powerful. Then we have, it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep drawing. But effectively what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw out that there are political ideologies that are competing on the world stage, and they're competing for the soul of the world. And cheering on for secular liberal republicanism and mixed economy capitalism with a tinge of conservatism is a perfectly viable and defensible and good perspective.
Yeah, but like, how long is that going to... Yeah, we had a civil war.
For the majority of the time it existed.
Exactly.
We have flourished up until this point. And we're also like forgetting the fact that, again, immigration's being used. Race is being used. We're forgetting the fact that there are demographic issues right now in America that are incensing a lot of voters to say this is the final fucking showdown. We don't want democracy. We want dictator, Lord and Savior Donald. And if you don't like it, shut the fuck up.
But that's what you sound like. You want a different dictator that's going to
I never said I wanted dictatorship. I never said that. No, I didn't. What I said was what I want is a strong Democratic Party that looks to completely overhaul American culture, not by forcing people to do things, but by heavily investing in education, going after institutions that seek to spread misinformation once this regime is toppled, going after companies that spread misinformation. I don't know, maybe Fox.
Hang on,
maybe like
maybe
hold on, maybe.
What you just described as a dictatorship.
Hold on.
You said target institutions and corporations. Wait, what do you mean?
Fox News gets to sit there and lie about an election.
No, but what does that mean?
No. In the
What
name
does
of
it mean to
democracy-
target them?
In the name of democracy, we're gonna let them go free.
Well,
No
what
one
does
goes
that mean?
to
We have a
jail.
First Amendment, bro. What are you talking
You
about?
can't possibly believe the democracy can survive
I'm
if a
asking you.
company can lie about elections. And
I'm
your
asking
response
you.
is,
I'm
well,
asking you.
dude,
What do you
this is-
do?
No. This is a thing of I'm asking, when in reality it's like, well, I don't really agree.
No, you said target Fox News. Like
What do you
Democratic
think I
Party.
mean? Send the fucking liars that you can prove have lied to jail.
For what?
But
Lying?
Rashad,
What are you talking about?
For aiding and abetting a conspiracy against the United States of America knowingly. What are
This
you
sounds
talking about?
a lot like MAGA right now, to be clear.
You
can
want to
say
know
half
what's
the
funny?
country
You want to know
hates
what's
us.
funny? You want to know what's funny? Is like this is part of the reason why we're stuck like this. Is a significant
I
amount
agree.
of a significant amount of Americans sit there and look at the other side that wants them to die and thinks, "I love you." Meanwhile, they want to kill you.
That
You will
feels like
look
a bit
at
of a
someone
straw
like
man.
Donald Trump and say, "I don't know if we should lock him up." In the name of
But how do we
democracy,
get those-
give him a chance. And then he gets in and
Rashad,
says,
how do we?
No. Then he gets in and says, "What's democracy? Can you eat that? I don't eat that."
To be clear, most of MAGA doesn't want you to wants to kill you. Okay, they want the black people to pull up their pants and stop listening to hip hop and stop being on social government programs. And when the cops beat the shit out of you or kill you, then you just go, "Thank you, sir." Then for the Hispanics, they don't want any more Hispanics. So all the Hispanics who are here who speak English, they can stay. But all the Hispanics who are from other countries who don't speak English, they can't come. We have enough Hispanics. They do want Asians. They do want like honorary, high IQ, productive Asians. Depending on the person, right? They do want high productive Asians. They want trans people to stop being trans. So if you have gender dysphoria, just stop having gender dysphoria. Okay, just stop. If you have gender dysphoria, just stop having gender dysphoria. Okay, just like will it out of your body. Okay, and then if you're gay, then suppress the shit out of that. Okay, just don't have gay relations, don't do gay parades, don't do any of that kind of stuff. Just suppress your gayness, get married, have a few kids, try not to cheat on your wife, and if you cheat on your wife, then like with a dude, then you need to be ashamed of that, and you need to consider suicide at almost all times. Okay, so this whole thing of believing that like MAGA is like equivalent to the Third Reich, Fourth Reich. I don't know which one, but believing that they actually just want to like wipe out black people, wipe out trans people, wipe out gay people, wipe out Hispanics. If you think 2 random white people getting shot by ICE was enough to flip the entire movement to the point that like MAGA is no longer as popular as it was 6 months ago or a year ago, then I don't know who the fuck Rashad Crenshaw is talking about. Like if he wants to say like, no, I'm not talking about the MAGA base. I'm talking about some of the leaders. I'm talking about Stephen Miller, a Jew. Then I would be like, all right, maybe. Like Stephen Miller might want to euthanize the degenerates, but thinking that every single MAGA voter is a fucking Nazi that's like a hair's breadth away from like mass executing you is bullshit. Total bullshit. Grassroots Hegemon donated $20 but then retracted their message. Classic Grassroots, classic. Oh my God. Hedonic Samuel says, Rashad scaled his take back like 30%. I would probably be on board, but this just sounds like high school logic. I'm with you there. More poor whites on welfare so they can fuck off. What does that have to do with anything? Do you understand per capita, right, Eben? Do I have to explain per capita to you? Like I love my black viewers. I love black people in general, right? I'm not hating on the blacks, but we do understand per capita, right? For those of you who don't know, there's a statistical analysis called per capita. So if you take a population size and then you have, let's say 10%, well, hold on, there's 200 million white people, Northern European whites in America. So let's say that there's 200 million whites in America. And let's say that 20 million of them are on welfare. So it's like 10%. Okay, 10% of white people are on welfare. Just work with me with the numbers, okay? And let's say that there's only 30 million blacks, okay? We know you love all three of us. I know. Actually, weirdly enough, I think there's like a dozen of you. I think as much as I only have like a chat that's like 50 to 150 people, I think I unironically have like 12 black people. It's pretty funny. But anyways, so let's say black people are 30 million people and 30% of them are on welfare. Okay, let's just run with the numbers. I have no idea what the actual numbers are. Okay, so 30% of 30 million. So you would take 30 million, 10% would be 3 million, and then you would multiply that by 3. So that's 9 million. Okay, so that's 9 million blacks. And you have 20 million whites. So if you say, well, there's more whites on welfare, so you can fuck off. Okay, I mean, I guess, like, sure. But if we're looking at welfare consumption rates in the black community in this hypothetical, by the way, they are consuming welfare at triple the rate. Now, we can get into systemic analysis. We can get into historical discrimination. We can get into racism. We can get into redlining. We can get into all that bullshit. And I probably agree with you. But just saying more white people consume welfare than black people, that actually doesn't address the argument a fucking iota. It really, really, really does not. Got to bump those numbers up. All right, somebody also donated. Old School says, Connor, Trump was the first president to endorse gay marriage before he took office. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Big in Gaming says, yes, Trump would love to have laws allowing him to send someone to jail for lying who claims misinformation. Yes, they would. Yeah, you can't just advocate for a law that you are going to use righteously. You have to imagine how that law can be abused, and you have to imagine how that law can be abused, number one, by your political opponent, but number two, your political opponents if they're the most unethical pieces of shit on the planet. That's kind of how you have to think about legislation. Connor suggesting Canadian healthcare. Dude, I couldn't really say this on Twitter, but I wanted to say it on Twitter. All the people who were bitching about Canadian healthcare within the past week, Canadian healthcare within the past week, I was like, these are all the people I would euthanize. Like it's Benny Johnson, Michael Knowles, whatever that other guy is with the beard. The guy who did the documentary, I would euthanize them so fast. They're like, oh my God, they're euthanizing disabled people without consent of the parents or so. I forget what it was. It was actually probably pretty fucked up. I probably agree with their assessment. But I was like, holy shit, I wish I could euthanize you without parental consent. Oh my God. Which is probably why we shouldn't do it, by the way. Sean Kaplan with 10 says, quick tip. Create a clone overlay for stream with only bullshitting over when doing said bullshitting. Will save you a ton of time editing segments into concise videos. Oh. Interesting. So I could set up like a scene that's like bullshitting with chat, and then I could click on that, and basically it would be like me, like 50% of the screen. Then it would just be the chat on the side. And if I knew that I was going on an extended tangent that I didn't want to be in the VOD, then I could just click on that and then I could scrub and clip it out. See, that is interesting, Sean Kaplan, and it's a brilliant idea. However, I like bullshitting with my chat and I like it being a part of the content. I know it's terrible for VODs. I know it's terrible for the VOD people to be like, I don't know who the chatters are. I don't know who the fuck these people are. I'm just trying to get to the information. Why the fuck are you talking to your chatters so much? But I wish VOD viewers would be like, damn, that community sounds funny and cool. I want to become a part of the chat. Like that's what I wish would happen. But anyways, back to it. I'm going to keep drawing.
Donald Trump gets in and says, fuck democracy. This is the problem, is people like yourself who think we can hold hands with a side of the country that doesn't want to hold
Right,
hands.
you want to get rid of you want to abandon liberalism. You want a new kind of paradigm.
Want to, okay, you can't honestly possibly believe that liberalism can survive if a company says, we have good reason to believe this is false. We've spoken to his private lawyers who have come to us with information that we know didn't come from the DOJ, didn't come from the FBI. Many of us are connected to this administration. We know this is really a lie, but because we're afraid of losing money as a result of lying about this, we're going to compel Americans to believe elections don't work and aren't real so that we can keep making money. And you, the ever liberalism loving guy, is going to sit there and say, in the name of democracy, whoever dies as a result of this, whoever goes to prison as a result of this, whoever suffers as a result of this, it's a-okay in the name of liberalism?
Well,
you think historians will look back on this and say, well, at least they stood up in the name of liberalism?
I'm just asking you, because it sounds like you're saying that liberalism is inadequate to deal with the threat of MAGA, right?
Liberalism is not inadequate up to the point of realizing that, hey, there will be people who say we don't like liberalism. And if your idea is we're going to let them run rampant and literally obstruct the system, conspire against the United States, conspire against the right to vote, literally spread mass, not just misinformation for the sake of it, but misinformation in accessory to a, well, not in accessory, I'm not a fucking lawyer, but in furtherance of a criminal conspiracy.
It's not against the law to lie. You can lie. You can lie about these things.
You can lie, but if it's in furtherance of a criminal
it can be. I want to get some clarity. So like, it can be. I think, unfortunately, Rashad, a lot of the theories of criminality of the administration are going to run into probably mass pardons, but also some substantive issues in terms of the conspiracy front, which the court will almost certainly intervene to prevent. That is, I mean, the Supreme Court. I want to get clarity though on the question that we should try though, Rashad. No. I think that there could be other methods by which we can try to have accountability. Unfortunately, though, there and that includes, I think, a lot of state actors stepping up. For example, trying to charge kidnapping for some of these immigration matters where people were taken from states and brought to, like, for example, Sikot. I think that there's some creative stuff that we can try to do, but there's a big problem here and a lot of structural reform that's needed because we do need punishment and we do need accountability. But I just want to get clarity on Hutch's question. When you asked, is liberalism enough? Hutch, do you mean it to stop Trump and MAGA? As a structural framework or as a set of ideas enough to defeat MAGA? Or is your question more, is it impossible to defeat MAGA within a liberal framework? What is more accurate to your question?
Can liberalism survive by adhering to principles like free speech? I mean, we don't throw people in jail for lying about politics. We don't. And Rashad conjured
just lying about politics, Hutch.
No, come on.
Some lies are illegal. Right? You acknowledge that it's possible to lie in an illegal way.
Why
right?
Some lies are crimes.
Soy Pill, why do you do this?
Because I think you're straw manning him right now. He's not saying
no. He's not straw manning. He's not straw manning.
Oh, he's not? Hang on.
No, hold on. He's not straw manning.
He was talking to me. He said use the state to target Fox News. I said for what? He said lying. I said lying's not illegal. He said aiding and abetting a conspiracy.
Lying to the point of causing an insurrection.
You think I'm mad at them for like lying about the weather?
Why are you doing this? You are smarter than this.
No, wait.
He's not. Okay, go ahead. No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You are straw manning me. Actually, my lawyer, Soy Pill, is actually right. That wasn't racial. But the point here is I don't. The fact that you're like, well, are you against lying? And it's like, well, yeah, in the furtherance of a criminal conspiracy. But what about the lying, though? I'm not mad about Jesse Waters saying that pancakes are better than waffles, which is a heretical lie.
But we are.
Austin Nasty says that's exactly what happened to me. I was a VOD viewer and I wanted to be a part of the chat. Based, man. Now I can never ban you. Just remember when you're pissing me off to call me Booby Bear. That way, if you're genuinely pissing me off, then, just call me Booby Bear. Old school with the 5. Thanks, King. Rashad has been mainlining Karl Popper, which is not good. It's modern liberalism's dark side path. Oh, shit. I mean, that sounds interesting. None of this shit appeals to me anymore. Fuck the political system. My unemployment is more important. Toodles. See you, Ved. Bye, buddy. Come back when you're happier. All right. Anyways, or don't come back if you're happier not participating. That's totally fine. But I do wish you well. I do wish you well, King. Ved Sunil is a long-term veteran of the chat. So, but yeah, dude, like you should be addicted to this in a way that is good for you. And what I mean by this is, I would do this anyways. Okay, I genuinely would do this anyways. I would watch the Rashad debate. I would watch Destiny's reaction. I would watch the breakdown of the hero anti-hero dynamic. I would probably generate a lot of arguments in my own head. And then I would look for somebody to argue with or talk to that would allow me to express these complex ideas, because I genuinely love talking about complex and interesting ideas. So, streaming, content creation, online politics is something that I'm like addicted to. I would genuinely do it regardless of whether or not I was making money. So, why not make content out of it? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm going to be here anyways, might as well make money. So, and I love it. And I love it. And I love yapping. And I love talking. So why not? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so I wanted to show you all this because this is one of the things that actually frustrates me and pisses me off, because I am of the mind, as a neoconservative, that power abhors a vacuum. And I think a lot of people, including Doobie, by the way, who I'm a little bit less pissed off at today because I took a nap and I'm less pissy today. I think that Doobie and other people believe in like a concept of Westphalian sovereignty. And I forget what Westphalia is. I think it's the Treaty of Westphalia. But it was this whole like political concept. And I don't even know if Westphalia actually even prescribes this, but I've heard this term used many times. It's that a country within its borders, as long as it's not antagonizing and violating its neighbors' borders, they're allowed to have sovereignty over what happens in their nation. Okay? And so what that would mean is that the United States should not have done the Cold War. They should not have subscribed to domino theory in Southeast Asia. They should not have helped out Korea or Vietnam. They should not have really even tried to rebuild Western Europe. They shouldn't have tried to modernize Korea. They should have tried to rebuild Japan. That's their business. They're a different nation state. They're a different nation state. They're responsible for their fate, and we're responsible for our fate. And the whole concept behind that is you don't have the antagonisms of trying to project your moral systems into other people's lives. It's a very libertarian, it's a very liberal, it's a very laissez-faire way of viewing geopolitics, but that's not the way most operators play. Okay? Most operators who subscribe to an ideology, they wish to propagate their ideology. And that's why I actually like the political corporatist model. Okay? So there are a lot of different political ideologies, but I would say that there are a ton, like there's like main players in the 20th and 21st century. And I would say that the biggest player on the planet is 70, we incorporate probably 70% of the world's economy and probably like 80 to 90% of the world's military. Okay? Like liberalism, mixed economy capitalism, and liberal democratic republicanism, we are 70 to 80% of the planet because we're so dominant economically. We are so dominant economically and militarily, it's not even fucking funny. The United States military, I think somebody said it, that the United States military is effectively, if you took 6 rival nations, not even rival nations, but if you took the 6 next biggest nations who spend money on the military, all of those countries combined equal what we spend on our military. And then not just that, like 3 or 4 of them are allies. So Russia plus China plus North Korea, plus Venezuela, plus, I'm trying to think of who else, plus Iran, they still don't equal the economic and military might of the United States. That's fucking awesome. Now, the problem with mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy and republicanism is that we have these budding fascistic authoritarian ideologies within our midst because we tolerate political dissidents. And the truth is that we have socialist LARPers who are becoming popular within our zeitgeist, our internet zeitgeist. And then we have fascistic techno-feudalists like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and all the crypto bros who bought out MAGA. And then we have Christian nationalism, which is kind of like the plebeian philosophy of the dissident right wing. That's how they co-opt the MAGA people who are kind of useful idiots. They're typically Christian nationalists or Christian conservatives who want to reinforce that social conservative dogma. Okay? And so it's a problem, but it's not an existential threat. Then what I would say is communism and socialism is still a rival. And the reason why it's still a rival is because China has arguably between 500 million and 1.2 billion people. We actually, because of their authoritarian society, we actually don't have a lot of insight into the way that their demographics have developed over the past 80 years because of the one-child policy. But they are undeniably a powerful cultural, economic, and military force that will need to be reckoned with over the next 2 centuries or millennia. And right now, they are state capitalist, but they still pay homage to communism and socialism. And they do have allies. Socialist Cuba, socialist Venezuela, socialist North Korea. These are the remaining countries that subscribe to some level of Marxian socialism. The decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. They pay homage to that economic and political philosophy, even if they don't live it well. Okay? And the truth is, we've been strangling Cuba. We kidnapped the president of Venezuela and told him to eat a dick, which is hilarious. And then we've also socially, economically, and militarily isolated North Korea to the point that it's effectively a fascistic dictatorship with no friends and no enemies. No friends and plenty of enemies. And it seems like when the Kim dynasty dies out, like Kim Jong-il was the old one. I forget who the new one is. Is it Kim Jong-il? Anyways, the Kims. When the Kims die out, nobody knows what the fuck is going to happen. There could be like a military dictatorship where maybe a new cult of personality enters into the fray and they take over it as a military dictatorship. Or the Korean military junta just goes like, hey, we're kind of sick of being poor. So can we just like normalize relations and become like more normal and more capitalist? Like, I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck is going to happen in the Koreas. Anyways, so those are our competitors. Then I would say that we have kleptocratic authoritarian oligarchical enemies. We also have a lot of kleptocratic authoritarian oligarchical allies, but we tolerate them because they're allies. And Russia is, I would say, our main kleptocratic oligarchical rival because they're one of the few like geopolitical people who can actually play the game. They're actually the people who actually have power, right? They have military power, they have soft power, they have hard power. Then I would say theocratic Islamism backed by jihadism. Weirdly enough, that kind of backs the Gulf states and North Africa, but a lot of those countries are our allies and we trade with them actively, and sometimes they let our cultural imports come into their country. So while we're kind of like oil and water because a lot of Islamic societies and Islamist governments are incredibly theocratic and authoritarian, they at least let our commercial goods in, allow us to import their commercial goods, and then sometimes they tolerate our cultural exports. So it's kind of weird where they're like a rival and potentially an enemy, but I don't think they're an existential threat. And then I would say Iran is probably the most powerful Islamist society that is actively hostile to the Western world. And right now, they've slaughtered 35,000, 40,000 of their own civilians in a democratic overthrow or an attempt at a democratic overthrow. And then also we're talking about like bombing their command and control structure. That way the democratic rebels can overthrow the government. And then that way they can cease a nuclear weapons program. So what pisses me off about isolationists, and I'm going to check out some of your guys' comments in a second after I went on this ideological rant. But what pisses me off about isolationist liberals, isolationist libertarians, isolationist name a fucking political faction, paleocons, Christian nationalists, fascists, socialists, is that these ideologies are competing for economic, cultural, and political dominance of the world. And the second that we subscribe to Westphalian sovereignty is the second that these ideologies start being viable again. Because not only are we not slowly strangling them to death, which I really do appreciate the United States government for doing for the past 100 years, but we effectively allow them to rebuild, re-propagandize their own bullshit, and then start seizing territory and start seizing rival governments. Like, a lot of people think like, oh, no, we could just tolerate them doing whatever they want to do over there because it's no skin off of my ass. And it's like, no. It will become skin off of your ass. That was the entire point of the Cold War in the 20th century, was we cannot allow communism to take over the world the way that fascism took over Europe. We have to prevent that from happening. And so, like, a pound of prevention is worth an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? But now, because we have the internet, and we have open societies, and we have useful idiot isolationists, and we have fascists who are playing the public zeitgeist, and we have authoritarian communists and socialists who are playing the zeitgeist, we are experiencing spiritual and existential doubt. Because these people are saying, oh, don't you have to commit violence in order to enforce the liberal world order? And isn't violence bad? And if you've never thought about violence for more than 30 seconds, you're like, you know what? Violence is bad. I don't like violence. I don't like shooting people. I wouldn't want anybody to shoot me. I wouldn't want anybody to impose their worldview upon me. So why are my representatives imposing my worldview upon other people? But you don't understand that these alternative worldviews are actually nefarious and shitty and fucked up compared to liberal, democratic, mixed economy, republicanism. Anyways, so that's my rant, and that's why I hate isolationists. Let me check in with you guys real quick, because I think Patriarch might have actually like disagreed with me, and also Sean Kaplan said something. Sean Kaplan with the 5. Thanks, King. Thank you for the chips and oils today, guys. We're at an 8 out of 10 on the goal, and I think we had like 4 or 5 donations before. We might have had 7 donations, so we might have hit like 18 donations so far today, so you guys are being extra generous today. Thank you for your chips and oil. Sean says the issue is there are pointed 10 to 30 minute videos to send my friends and family from the best center-right GigaChat streamer. Yes. Correct, Sean Kaplan, which is the project of Rhino. Correct. That's what we need to do. Thank you. Thank you for the chip, and thank you for the inspiration. Melody says Destiny doesn't give his opinion until he starts arguing with MS Paint. He gives one agreement with Rashad before, though. Yeah, we're just here for the content. We're fucking vibing. Maybe I'll fast forward to the Paint. That way we can actually get into the anti-hero narrative. Patriarch says, yeah, the U.S. should have let the USSR shit all over the world instead of just Eastern Europe, Asia. Incredible idea. Whoa, okay, Patriarch, we're friends. Nice. I love you. I always loved you. But now I love you more, because I think that's sarcastic. And I think that you're saying that we actually should not have let the USSR shit all over the world. So our bond, which was already strong, has just gotten stronger. Christian Blair says, why expand the convo on the way to all the way to Geopol about geopolitical enemies, but have their own ideologies? I don't know. I just started drawing. I don't know, man. I don't know where this drawing came from. I think I think the reason why I'm pissed. Excellent question, Christian Blaris. What the fuck does this have to do with anything? I think the reason why this pisses me off is because effectively what we have in Rashad, in Pisco, in people who play footsie with the socialist LARPers, is we have enemies who are realistically allies. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and draw it. I'm going to put it in red. Hey, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Excellent question, Christian Valeris. Oh God, that's funny. So let me do this. So techno-feudalists. So I would say the socialists have allies in the socialist LARPers have allies in the communist and socialist propagated by state capitalist China and its allies. I think that these guys are not Americans who actually like secular liberal republicanism and mixed economy capitalism. And their allies. And then weirdly enough, is there another red? I guess I could do yellow because they're kind of libertarian. They're like minarchists and shit. They're not really libertarian, but we could pretend that they're libertarian. So, and then the fascistic techno-feudalists oftentimes are libertarian. Oh, but they're social conservative too. I'm gonna do royal purple. I'm gonna do royal purple because they do believe in the supremacy of the elite. Fascism, techno-feudalism, and Christian nationalism and kleptocratic authoritarianism, they all believe in the primacy of the elite. So I think that. So I understand when liberals say, well, we have to side, the fascistic techno-feudalists and the Christian nationalists are such a broad part of our society, and they're trying to make us more of a kleptocratic oligarchy. Therefore, we need to ally with the socialist LARPers in order to, defeat the fascists. I'm like, do we? Do we need to? And that's really the fight that we're having right now. That's really the fight that we're having right now. And I'm going to draw the Islamo simps as like a really... I don't even know if I have enough... I don't even know if I have enough space to type this. But progressive / Islam simps. They're incredibly small. The reason why so much of discourse was sucked up by Islamism and jihadism was almost exclusively because of jihadist terrorism in the Western world. And jihadist terrorism, let's be real, in the Middle East and North Africa that fucked with our ability to do shit in the Middle East and North Africa. So I think weirdly enough, we spend a lot of time on jihadism and Islamism because when it rears its ugly head, it kills dozens of civilians in the most horrific way possible. But I do think it's like the least existentially threatening from like an ideological perspective. I think we're infinitely more likely to devolve into kleptocratic, authoritarian, oligarchic dystopias and or like a socialist, dysfunctional bullshit state than we are to devolve into a Islamist state. I think people like porn too much. I think people like alcohol too much. So let's do global ideological competition of the great ideologies. And I'll save this. And whenever we're talking about this, this is also like my argument for neoconservatism, by the way. So now that I've totally fucked up the flow of the VOD, and I've talked extemporaneously about highfalutin ideological bullshit for 10 minutes, we're going to go back to Rashad Crenshaw making a few arguments, and then after he makes like one more argument, I'm going to fast forward to Destiny talking about the anti-hero.
Already have mechanisms. We already have mechanisms to hold Fox News accountable for lies. I mean, they said it was the largest, but this is a civil case. There was the largest civil settlement literally ever because they got
you think that this stuff should just stay like civil. There should be no actual criminal consequences for knowingly aiding and abetting any criminal conspiracy that cannot work without a national mandate.
Of course. Like Jack Smith charged people with conspiracy to deprive rights. I mean, like,
right, but like you do understand that, like.
I think Anonymous said, isn't the counter to the violence bad argument a harm reductionist view? Violence is pretty much always justified when it reduces other harms. Correct. And I do make that argument in reference to Korea and in reference to Western Europe. And I think that's an okay argument to make. But then you also have to acknowledge America's sins. So as an example, tens of millions of people in South Korea live infinitely better lives than if we just let Korea be steamrolled by the North Korean communists. However, we also waged an aerial campaign where we probably blew up 3 million people, arguably mostly civilians. You know, like you kind of just have to own that shit. Like, how many people died? Let me Google this. It was actually pretty fucking hardcore, man. How many North Koreans died in the American air campaign during the Korean War? It was pretty hardcore, man. Based on archival data, only 300,000? Ah, that's not bad. That's a Tuesday in World War II. Was it 300,000? I thought they said bombing of North Korea. I thought they said that around 10. I thought we killed like 3 million. The firebombing campaign. Let's take a look at this. Death toll. According to Chosun Ilbo report in 2001, a report by Soviet ambassador and chief military advisor to North Korea, Lieutenant General Vn Razuev, estimated 282,000 North Korean deaths in bombing raids during the war. The Republican Korean Ministry of Defense estimated total South Korean civilian casualties for the entire war at 1 million, of which 400,000 were deaths. For North Korea, the ministry estimated 1,500,000 total civilian deaths, including deaths, injuries, and missing, but did not separate the report for number of deaths. Historian Charles K. Armstrong estimated that 12 to 15% of the North Korean population, which was 10 million, was killed in the war, or approximately 1.2 to 1.5 million people. Armstrong did not separately determine how many of those deaths were among civilians or caused by the UN air campaign. Estimates of North Korean military deaths range from a U.S. Department of Defense estimate of 214,000 to a correlates of war estimate of 300,000, according to the Peace Research Institute. Oh, shit. Okay, I've been misquoting all sorts of shit. In a 1988 interview, Curtis LeMay bombs away LeMay. Total sociopath, by the way. Please get this dude on track? Absolutely not. In a 1988 interview, Curtis LeMay stated that 20% of the North Korean population had died during the war, including the UN air campaign, stating that over a period of 3 years, we killed off 20% of the Korean population as direct casualties of war or from starvation or exposure. Okay, I think I was quoting Charles K. Armstrong and or Curtis LeMay that out of 10 million people, we probably killed like 1 to 3 million people or whatever. But if the Korean Ministry of Defense is estimating 400,000 dead themselves, you know, fuck it. That's like 2 days in World War II. It's still pretty fucked up, but you know. Anyways, all right. You guys want me to not totally get distracted and get distracted with Geopol and get distracted with my own ideological analysis. So it looks like Steven doesn't start talking about the anti-hero dynamic until 45 minutes in. So I'm going to fast forward 45 minutes and we're going to watch the anti-hero analysis.
Where are my anime watchers?
All right, dead air much? Holy shit.
Usually you have like a hero in like a film or anime thing. This hero usually embodies some kind of virtue, okay? Or we'll say virtues, okay? They're usually against a, what we say, villain. I think usually they have some kind of vice or vices.
We got some oil in chat. We got Oilers in this house. We got Oilers in this house. We got Oilers in this. Dude, can we do an AI rewrite of wet ass pussy, but talk about financial oil? So Fashion 40 with the 5 says, Connor, love you, Booby Bear. Can we just get to the Destiny part and on track? Officer Nasty asked as well. Yes, sure. Fine. Christian Valeris says, God, I hate all this drama shit. I hate all this, I hate all this stupid clashes of personality shit. I'm here for geopolitical analysis. And then because I have attention deficit disorder and I get bored, I just randomly launch into a random geopolitical analysis of the Korean War. And then he's like, this isn't on topic. Move on. Pick a lane, bro. Pick a lane. And Grassroots, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you.
And then, generally speaking, in every single like standard hero, I think movie or anime or TV show or whatever else, I think usually when the hero is embodying these virtues in some way, I think he tends to defeat the villain who is embodying these vices in some way. Like, I think if we think of like any like if you think of like any standard hero movie, I think more or less it should always play out. So like for Iron Man, the one guy who's adversarial to Tony just wants to kill people and murder, and he doesn't have any kind of like curiosity or problem solving. He steals Tony's work. He's just not a great guy. And ultimately, I think he loses when his suit freezes in the end because he never figured out this problem, and then he dies. Tony tries to save people and do good things and is exploring things curiously and building his little suit and all that. Like, so he's embodying these healthy, good virtues, and he tends to win, stuff like this.
And by the way, everybody shits on Marvel, but Marvel is just like modern pagan god narratives. Okay. I want to share this really quick because I really do love this insight, and I hope it's probably not going to be mind blowing. You've probably already thought about this already, but it was mind blowing to me when I kind of realized it. It's, if you look at pagan mythology in reference to like Zeus and Hera and Hercules and all that bullshit, there's normally some kind of like moral component to it of either you should live this way, you shouldn't live this way, or the gods are fickle and cruel, or, you know, fate, or how you lose your virtue through the trials of the world. There's always some kind of like subtext, some kind of thematic subtext that humans can derive from these like Greco-Roman god narratives. And what I realized is that almost every single main Marvel character in the past decade has been the combination of a principle and power. So if you look at Tony Stark is the combination of intellect and power. And they explore all the foibles of like intellect married with power. At first, you know, he's shown as having no virtue, and that intellect and power is being used in order to make the world a worse place. And it's only when he suffers the consequences of his actions on the world stage that he tries to have some kind of moral guidance to his intellect and power unguided by virtue. That's like the first movie. It's actually great. It's a great thematic message. And then what is it, like Thor is nobility plus power. He's an aristocrat. He thinks he's better than everybody else. He thinks he's a warrior. He can just go out in the world and fuck shit up, and it's his right as a noble person. And so he's humbled by his father in order to say, until you understand how to act with noble obligation to your people, you are not deserving of power. And so he steals his power and only gives him the capacity to regain power once he's learned his noble obligations. Love that. Same thing with Captain America. Steve is actually the most uninteresting character in the beginning. He's actually the most boring character in the beginning because he's a Boy Scout. And he's principle plus power. He is a strong, formulated moral code, and then he's given incredible power. And so his arc throughout the entirety of the series, Steven actually changes very little throughout the entirety of the series, but the reason why it's amazing to watch, even though he's a Boy Scout at almost all times, is because he has every reason to become corrupt. He has every reason to become corrupt. He loses his friends. He's lost in time. He loses the love of his life. The institutions that he previously served are shown to be corrupt. He falls in love again. Turns out that his new love is also like a manipulative agent, sociopath bitch. The world falls apart. He's constantly tempted by Tony Stark to corrupt his values in order to flourish. When it comes to New York, he's basically told, hey man, break the rules. Who gives a fuck? And he's like, nope. We'll die with our rules. We'll die with our rules, and you can go fuck yourself. And what's the other one? There was another time that he's faced with temptation. I forget, but who gives a fuck? I don't want to make this rant like 10 minutes long. But Doctor Strange, I owe you you owe me a dance, Steve Rogers. God, that shit makes me so sad. And then Doctor Strange, somebody mentioned Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, weirdly enough, he's like a Christian figure. And I know that's weird because the story is so weird, because he's like a great doctor and then his hands are mangled. Then he uses magic in order to heal his hands. And then he becomes like a magician and a sorcerer and all that kind of shit. And he's like trapped in the underworld and this, that, the other. But what's really interesting about the original Doctor Strange movie is the way that it ends is he traps a god, okay? He traps an extra dimensional god in a plane of existence that repeats every time Doctor Strange dies. And so this god, every time he kills Doctor Strange in some of the most horrific ways imaginable, Doctor Strange respawns right before he's killed, and the god respawns with him. And so as a result, he's trapped a god in what is effectively Doctor Strange's hell. He's tortured, he's impaled, he's fucking crushed, he's slaughtered in so many myriad of ways that are actually horrifying if you think about it. Yeah, he's hubris plus power. Correct. Nice. Good analysis. So anyways, so he is basically, if you look at it from a Christian lens, he's Jesus Christ when Jesus Christ goes down into hell. For those of you who don't know, like part of the Christian sacrificial story is that Jesus Christ actually goes to the plane of perpetual torment, the plane of oblivion, the plane separated from God, and he suffers there. But through his suffering, he redeems the entirety of the human species. And therefore, you yourself do not have to suffer in hell and oblivion as long as you follow Christ's example. And so it's almost like a purely Christian meta-narrative. It's so good. And I know Fatsimo said earlier, he was like, how far we've fallen if Marvel is, our new mythos. But I really want you to think for a second. Yeah, it's corny. There's like goofy lines. There's goofy characters. There's goofy there's goofy costumes. Like Marvel is goofy as fuck. But if you look at the thematic analysis, the thematic analysis is off the fucking chain. I love the thematic analysis. I think it's so good. Which is part of the reason why the new shit sucks. Right? The new shit sucks. Real quick, I promise I'll wrap up my Marvel rant. But the new shit sucks because what did Captain Marvel learn? What did she learn? She learned that sometimes people doubt her, but because she got hit with like an extra dimensional blown up engine, she actually has superpowers, so men shouldn't doubt her. What the fuck was that? There's like no thematic through line for Captain Marvel at all. That shit sucked. So, anyways, Joseph Campbell reminiscent, absolutely. It's all Jungian. It's all Jungian. It's all the hero of 1,000 faces. Absolutely. Oh my God. Grassroots says it's very true that's why we love Meg from Hercules, why we sympathize with Ramses and Prince of Egypt. Yes, it's all thematic. Officer Nasty says, I'm so offended. I love pre-serum Captain America. You should love him post-serum. He's the same guy, yet he's injected with power. He's given power and he's not corrupted by it. That is valiant. That is what we look for. Like the whole thing, like I was telling you that I love A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. I love that TV show. I haven't even watched it. I've just watched clips. But the whole Dunk is the same. He's just dumb, right? But Dunk is the same. He is given power. He's a hedge knight. He is the least powerful person in the realms. But through virtue and valiance and belief and toughness and strength, he is put into proximity to power. He's given audience to the Targaryens. He's given audience to the Baratheons. He is offered power. He's told, hey, if you train my son, you can go to Summerhall. You can go to this Targaryen place. You'll be rich. You'll be able to pay your bills. You can probably find a wife. You'll be the master at arms. And you can teach my son how to be a knight. And he's like, no, I'm going to go on the road with Aegon. We're going to live rough, because I think in order for a king to be good, in order for a king to be good, he must know his people. And so Aegon, who arguably was one of the best Targaryen kings to ever exist, he's only good because a random fucking hedge knight said no to power and did not let power corrupt him. Baratheon, in the end of the season 1, he's offered by the Baratheons. He's like, oh, you don't fuck with the Targaryens? Come work for me. I want to overthrow the Targaryens. Fuck the Targaryens. And once again, he's like, no, I'm not loyal to the Targaryens, but I'm also not going to help you kill them either. Baelor died for me. You know, a Targaryen lord died for me. There's no way I'm helping you like fuck up the Targaryens. He's a noble character. God, I love that shit. Dude, I love that stuff. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Yep. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. All right, I'll wrap it up with chat in a second. But I actually, I love this shit. This is some of the shit that I love the most. This is why I love doing breakdowns. Officer Nasty says, I've never understood why Dormammu didn't just slow torture him. He probably did. And Doctor Strange didn't break. Officer, it's probably too hardcore to show 13-year-old kids Doctor Strange being flayed alive. You know, that's probably a little bit too hardcore. Officer Nasty says, would you say an allegory for The Last Supper could be when all the cool Marvel women teamed up in Endgame? No, go fuck yourself. I hate you. Yeah, it's girl power plus power. Yeah, kill me. Yeah. Captain Marvel is a guardian angel. Yeah, okay, but her story is lame. Her story's lame as shit. It's like, I'm a girl and people doubt me. Oh, now I have power. Don't doubt me. Like, that sucks. That story sucks. Unork says, do you think Falcon and Winter Soldier bungled or expanded well on the theme as before with Captain America? It did both. So weirdly enough, there are parts of Falcon and the Winter Soldier that I really like. There's parts of Falcon and the Winter Soldier that I think are really fucking stupid. Like the ending of Falcon and the Winter Soldier sucked. And Sam Wilson not taking super soldier serum is retarded. It's just so retarded. Like, I'm sorry for using ableist slurs again, but like, oh my God. Excuse me. And by the way, Flag Smashers might have been like the name in the comic books. I have no idea. But smashing a flag? Are you an idiot? It's a piece of cloth. Why wouldn't you be called the Flag Burners? Why are you the Flag Smashers? That's the dumbest name for an anarchic terrorist group I've ever heard in my entire life. Go smash a flag. Go grab a flag right now, put it on the ground, and try to smash it. All you did is you dinged it up a little bit. As a matter of fact, it kind of works because they're all fucking idiots. Have I started Berserk? No, I haven't. Yeah, the Flag Smashers fucking sucked. Yeah, they did. John Walker was cool. Dude, John Walker was the coolest part of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He's like, oh, you killed my friend? I'm going to decapitate you with a shield. I was like, based. That's awesome. Anyways. All right, I'm going to read one more, then we're going to get back into it. The Flag Squishers? the Flag Crumplers. the flag disrespectful folders. the not falling the flag coders. Oh my god, that's funny. All right, Wowman says, do you think Falcon of the Winter... Oh, that's what I read. That's what I read. Okay, anyways, back to the content. You're right. We're never getting through this. We're never getting through this. But, you know, at least we're having a good... Christian Blair says, this level of autism is pussy repellent. Don't I know it, brother. That's why you got to be 6'4". You got to be 6'4". You can't have this conversation and be 5'2". Or you need to find a girl who's just as nerdy as you in order to have this conversation if you're 5'2". They exist. They're rare, but they exist. Okay, back to the content. My bad. Sorry for the 20-minute Marvel rant.
That's not why he died, though. I don't remember if something happened at the end that killed him besides the ice thing. I don't remember. But, like, every single... If you think of, like, anime, it should be this. The arc reactor, does it blow up? He fell in the arc reactor. Fuck, I don't remember which part made him die. Did he fall in the arc reactor? Something like that. I don't know. Sometimes you'll get a protagonist.
Grassroots with the 20, getting metaphysical about it. The entirety of your human soul is always built on compassion and acceptance of your own feelings and the failings of yourself. Correct. You try to live your ideals and you fail. And if you don't accept that, then you become a discombobulated mess. True.
And the protagonists themselves will have vices, and then through the like ownership of these vices or the practice of these vices, you die or lose somehow.
Imagine if Destiny actually believed in this shit. Imagine if Destiny believed that vices can lead to negative consequence. How much of Destiny's life would be improved by a belief in thematic virtue and vice?
These are called tragedies and shit for Shakespearean plays, maybe probably for Greek plays too or whatever.
Connor, what's the lowest height appropriate for someone to have this kind of conversation? I mean, 2 feet tall if you're not a pussy. Dude, you could be a midget and have this conversation. You just have to not be a coward about it.
Fuck, like Hamlet, I think, was one of these.
Randy Chang says 5'10" is basically 6'4", right? Yeah, in my opinion. Any girl who is 5'5" who isn't willing to date a guy who's 5'10" should not be dated at all. Okay? 5'10" is probably, in my opinion, the perfect height. I'm 6'4", and it is painful. Being this large is literally physically painful. It is too much mass without enough muscle. Okay? 5'10" is probably the perfect height. And if you are dating a girl and she's 5'4", 5'5", or 5'6", and in 3-inch or 4-inch heels, she's the same height as you, and she gives you shit about it, say, hey, baby, you need to get the fuck over it or we're not dating anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure we could think of others, but like if you have a protagonist and they embody some kind of vice or whatever, generally that vice will, you die at the end, right? I think in general, we don't usually, oh, is it Macbeth? That's what I'm thinking. I'm not Hamlet, Macbeth. Generally speaking, even though we don't think about it, all art tries to convey something morally good or tries to embody or encourage some kind of like morally virtuous thought, behavior, whatever in the mind of the recipient. Even stuff that might seem contrary to that generally isn't, if you think about it. It's very rare that there'll be some art where somebody will just wholly embody a vice, have really good outcomes at the end, or wholly embody some virtue and have really bad outcomes at the end. That's very, very, very rare in media. You generally are...
Yeah, Rob says being tall is awesome until you correlate it between body mass and longevity. Bruh, don't I know it. How many 6'4", 90-year-olds do you know? I know one. I know one guy. He was in Mount Dora, which is a city in Lake County. I've met one guy who was 90 that was over 6 feet. And yeah, there's not a lot of tall 100-year-olds.
Always finding a way to celebrate virtues, finding a way to punish violence.
There you go. See, Philip Coffey, the only based polycule haver. I split the difference. I'm 6'2" and found a 5'10" nerdy girl to talk Warhammer lore with. Dude, that's the other thing too. You need to find tall chicks, because apparently like dating as a tall chick is really hard. So if there's like a tall nerdy chick, and she'll tolerate a short king, that's where you need to go.
This is almost always happening in media, in art, I would say more broadly. One thing that kind of annoyed me sometimes with certain ways. So there are two ways. I think there are two clever ways that you can get around, I guess, like real life problems when it comes to one faction or another. Well, like how does one human persevere over another human? Sometimes you can replace a human with a monster, so it feels good to always beat them. The monsters are usually always encompassing bad vices. So you have like your Gokus, your DBZ. I don't know if Naruto has monsters or whatever, but like when the other side is a monster, the monsters are generally always like greedy, selfish, evil, like killing things for no reason or whatever. So it's another like virtue over vice. There was one anime, I've complained about this sometimes. There was an anime called Kenshin, Rurouni Kenshin. I think they made a remake of it, and they made a live action thing as well. But one thing that was interesting in this show is the character.
Wowman says, doesn't Wolf of Wall Street kind of contradict this conversation, though? There's no virtue extolled in that movie. Yeah, but that movie is effectively saying that vice can be fun until you get caught. That's the movie. It's literally a vice signal for 3 hours. Okay? It's, hey, man, defrauding people, fucking them over, stealing their money, lying to people, being selfish, being manipulative, it can get you a ton of a ton of wussy, a ton of money, a ton of clout, a ton of power, until it all comes crashing down. And that's actually like the real Wolf of Wall Street was doing a sales speech at the end. And unironically, that's what that guy did. He went to prison for like 5 to 10 years for securities fraud, where he had to like snitch on all his co-conspirators in order to get a more lenient sentence. His wife obviously divorced him. He's not allowed to trade securities. And what he does now is he like travels the country and he does like ego boosting. You know that guy with the weird teeth who talks about how you need to believe in yourself? He does what that guy does. And so think about that. In your 20s, 30s, and 40s, you're a multimillionaire with a smoking hot wife, doing tons of drugs, partying with your friends, doing quaaludes, flying a helicopter. You got a yacht. You got a Swiss bank account. You're engaged in all these criminal conspiracies that you're doing for a laugh. And then when you're 40 or 50, you have to charge like $250 a head in order to get losers to believe in themselves as like a confidence sales course. And tell me that like once you're divorced, covered in STDs, broke, the government is watching every single financial move you make, and you're totally like isolated from upper echelon society. Tell me that you don't think about putting a gun in your mouth every now and then. You know what I'm saying?
Holy fuck, why'd I put that eye in there? The character Kenshin, as one of his virtues, decides to embody this virtue of, I will never kill again, because he was a murderer in the fucking Shujang, whatever fucking Senji period. I don't know what the fuck it was called. Kyoto. I don't know. The Meiji, before the Meijing period. I should know this. I was a true anime person. No one could pronounce it. Naruto. There you go. But one of his virtues was never, ever, ever killing. Okay, so he had like a reverse blade sword. So when he hit people, it never killed them. And he was that was his big virtue. And one thing that kind of bothered me sometimes about the anime is like, well, what do you do when you run into an enemy and you don't kill them? They keep coming back and then they kill you over and over and over and over again. I feel like there was always like a clever way that the plot would get rid of somebody so that he didn't have to deal with them again. And it felt a little bit unsatisfying. Like, I don't remember this. Oh my God, it's been like 30 years, maybe. I don't even know if that's an exaggeration. 25 years. He doesn't actually kill Shishio, does he? Doesn't Shishio like his body overheats because of his past injuries and then like the ship explodes or something? Am I making this up? I don't think he actually kills him. The enemy becomes good. Or that'll happen sometimes too.
Yeah, correct. I think he's actually going to talk about Batman in a second. He's asking the Batman question, yes.
Shishio dies from his ailments, maybe something like that, yeah. But they always find like a clever way. To deal with things so that he can embody this virtue of never killing, but then it always ends up with things working out in the end anyway. Oh, Trigun, I think, was like that as well. I don't think Vaush tried to never kill again as well. Oh, Batman. Oh, fuck, that's a much better modern example. Batman is another great example of that. Batman will never, ever, ever kill. That's one of his virtues. Batman and Kenshin are almost interchangeable here, except Batman never was a murderer or whatever. But there's always like a clever way that Batman...
I have to risk a... I have to risk a copyright strike. Peacemaker, coterie of supervillains. This is one of the funniest fucking things ever, and this solidly answers the Batman question for me. Okay? Because Peacemaker is an assassin, right? He actually just like murks people left, right, and center. He kills people without question. He works for the government. He works for the CIA. If he's saving America, and he actually doesn't know shit about the Constitution, he doesn't know anything about due process. He doesn't know anything about the law. He just knows that he's like a loyal assassin for America. And there's this neighbor. This is his dad's house, and his dad's a white supremacist. His dad's like a Klan member superhero. I think he's actually called like the White Dragon or something. And he runs around in a dragon-themed superhero villain, or a super villain costume. But he's actually like the supervillain for the KKK. Okay? But listen to this conversation between, his neighbor likes to make conversation by talking shit to Peacemaker every time he goes to his dad's house to pick up equipment. And listen to this rant, because it's one of the funniest fucking rants in like superhero shit that I've ever heard.
Batman has a coterie of supervillains. Joker, Riddler, Mad Hatter.
So what?
You said you were a superhero like Batman. Do you have a coterie of supervillains?
No, he doesn't.
So maybe you're not a superhero after all.
You want to know why I don't have a coterie of supervillains?
Why?
My coterie of supervillains is 6 feet fucking under.
There, you see? Batman doesn't kill people.
Because he's a pussy.
He's a dark creature of the night.
He's a jackass who wrestles with murderers dressed like clowns and throws them in prison so they can break out of prison and then murder more people. Riddle me this. How many people you think Batman's indirectly murdered by being too much of a candy ass not to kill these fools who clearly need to be smoked once and for all, you wrinkly, Shar-Pei-looking dementia-infested fuck?
Jesus. I was just trying to make conversation.
Yeah, fuck it.
With an attitude like...
Dude, I'm with Peacemaker. I'm with Peacemaker. Okay, I'm with Peacemaker. But here's the thing that obviously we actually have to let Destiny get into the content, okay? Destiny thinks that you need to be an anti-hero in order to kill people. But that's not true. Cops kill people. Soldiers kill people. Our justice system kills people. Okay? Sometimes you can go through the system and still stop bad guys because they're not a pussy like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Fashion 40 for the $5 for the anime lovers in the cog. Thank you, King. Thank you for the chip. I much appreciate you. I need to reset the goal. Shit, I forgot to reset the goal. My bad. My bad. It's more for you than, or more for me than it is for you, but thank you guys. We already smashed 2 goals today, and Grassroots Hachimon was incredibly generous today. So thank you to Grassroots for the, why isn't this working? Did I reset the goal or not? Goal, get inspired with examples, 2 hours, $2 or higher, 10 super chats. I'm clicking start and it's not resetting, so fuck it. I don't give a shit. You guys already did it. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. The point is that, like, I think that's where Destiny is going, is that sometimes you need an anti-hero in order to break the rules in order to achieve the just result. But what I'm telling you is that, like, our system is robust enough in order to say you can incarcerate people for life or you can kill people. It's actually like killing people is a part of our system. Grassroots20 says, everything is attack on you, regardless of faith or presidential belief, until you are about 6 when you kind of gain the ability to control your environment among peers. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. What are you making an argument for? Are you making an argument for like moral agency once you become like a semi-autonomous? I don't know what that's in reference to, Grassroots. If you want to be more specific in typing it out, that would be great. Don't be like Batman. Be like Carl Urban's Dredd. Sometimes.
And enemies are taken care of, right? Either another villain will kill them, or like an ally will kill them. I think Bane dies because Catwoman rolls in on the bike. Or how did the girl who was like, Ra's al Ghul, how did she die? I don't even remember. She had no injuries. Was it because I think that the vehicle crashed or whatever, or the child of Ra's al Ghul or whatever, Talia? She died of cringe.
Okay. I know I'm interrupting too much, but y'all should. I'm not going to pull it up because we're just going to get distracted for another 20 minutes. There's a Pete Holmes. I actually like the comedian Pete Holmes a lot. He actually has a great deist rant. He actually has like a great God rant. But Pete Holmes has a Batman thing that he does where he basically, he doesn't know what death is. So he keeps like killing people with like thrown batarangs. But whenever a cop is like, dude, you killed that guy. He's like, no, he's just napping. He's just so tired. And then he also does like a lewd one where he's got kidnapped by Ra's al Ghul's daughter. And so Ra's al Ghul's daughter and Bane are like torturing Batman. And the entire time he's getting tortured, he's just talking shit about how he had sex with Ra's al Ghul's daughter. I actually like Pete Holmes a lot. I think he's great. Thank you for the kiss. I appreciate you.
She had a damage over time. She crashed. Okay, whatever. There's like a clever way where Batman's villains are always kind of like taken care of somehow, so he doesn't have to actually do it. How does the actual like Ra's al Ghul guy die?
The train scene.
Liam Neeson. Does he die in Batman Begins or whatever? He must, right? What happened?
Yup.
Oh, the train crashes. Oh, wait, is that when Batman says like, I'm not gonna kill you, but I don't have to save you? Was that line or whatever? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So is there really? Are we doing moral philosophy on the train right now? Is there a distinction between allowing harm and doing harm? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, but whatever. There's always like some kind of way out of it, right?
I need to use the bathroom, so while he's cooking, I'm gonna dip out, but I'll be back in like 45 seconds.
But then there's like, okay, but then there's this concept of what do you do when there is a villain? So you have a villain and it's like a big bad mega villain, okay? But like the villain is like so mega big bad, it can't be defeated for whatever reason in world. It seems like this villain can't be defeated by a virtuous hero. It seems like impossible. And I feel like at that point you introduce the concept of this is where kind of like your anti-hero comes in. So it feels like for some reason virtuous hero is too restricted or constrained by their virtues to defeat the vicious villain. So then you have to have somebody come in who's able to break the rules. Some virtue is not embodied. Usually it's some kind of killing thing or whatever, or some investigator who doesn't play by the rules or whatever bullshit. You could argue in some ways that Batman is kind of like maybe an anti-hero type character. I'm not sure. Maybe. But so this thing pops up. A really good movie example of this, I'm dating myself so hard with these. Actually, no, I don't even think I was alive when this movie was made, but the perfect example of this really is, there's a movie called Demolition Man.
At the end of a century, ravaged by violence, a society of perfect order will arise.
I was alive, it was 93.
Criminals will be frozen and reprogrammed in cryogenic prisons.
The prisoners are ice cubes. Their criminal instincts are being reprogrammed as they sleep.
Aggression and deviant behavior will be totally eliminated.
Holy 90s.
He's a criminal the likes of which you have never seen. In a bad time, he was the worst.
I'm gonna love running this place. But in the year 2032...
This morning...
You got 7 years left, boys. I'm going to fast forward this, though, because, like, dude, I get it. And I love that movie, by the way. Oh. What? Destiny's trying to make the argument, sometimes in order to be good, you have to be bad. Okay?
One of the most important things to keep...
You could also just be a hero who's not a pussy. That's another option.
Keep in mind when you're watching or consuming media, okay, is the media is going to go... This was such a good quote. I'm trying to remember who... Somebody asked a video game designer this or something like that. Fuck, it was something along the lines of like... why is it that... Fuck, who was it? It was like it was some media thing. It was like, why did this villain win over this hero? Why did this guy win this thing? And the creator answered, he was like, but because I wrote it that way. That's why. Because it's exactly as I wanted it to go. Because I'm the author of the media. I can do whatever I want with it. Anytime you're consuming media, it could be a movie, it could be an anime, it could be the Bible, right? Whatever positive message that you want conveyed, and generally I would say you're almost always trying to convey positive messages, universally in art. The positive message is usually going to carry through. Virtues will be rewarded. Vices will be punished. This is like...
By the way, this is why I love 40K. Okay? He's actually describing why I love 40K. So in the 40K universe, virtue is punished. Virtue is punished and vice is rewarded. This is, dude, in vice is always rewarded in the worst way, where simultaneously the people who are pursuing vice and power receive whatever they want. Whatever they want. They receive what they want. But then they're tortured by getting what they want. And I think that's so reminiscent of real life. We talked about this yesterday. Trump got everything he ever wanted. He was a rich person. He lost his wealth. He got his wealth again. He's been able to sleep with attractive women his entire life. He has dozens of kids. He's got, you know, dozens of grandkids. This man has achieved everything he's ever wanted to achieve. And yet he is shackled by his own ego. He's shackled by his own ambition. He's shackled by his own his own self-worship and narcissism. And everyone hates him. His kids can't wait for him to die. His grandkids can't wait for him to die so they can get access to that money, clout, and power. His wife hates him. His wife can't wait for him to die. Half the country can't wait for him to die. He is the monkey's paw. He is punished. He is punished by his own success. And I think that's the way the world works. I think oftentimes whenever you receive something huge from the universe, there's always going to be a little asterisk at the bottom. There's always going to be something that you have to pay. You know, the laws of equivalent exchange. You know, it's what's that anime? The one with the armor suit guy, Full Metal Alchemist. The law of equivalent exchange. Whenever the universe gives you a shitload of shit, you're going to pay for it somehow. Karmically, you're going to pay for it. And but with Warhammer 40K, oftentimes the most virtuous people are completely unrewarded. The reward of being a virtuous person in 40K is dying and going into oblivion and not having your soul consumed by a demon. Like the best thing that you can hope for as a normal person in Warhammer 40K is dying and going into oblivion. Because if you do anything else, like the truly like the cream of the crop, they might be resurrected as perpetual angelic demons for the Emperor of Mankind. That's if you're like the top tier of the crop. You might become effectively a demon for the forces of order, where you're doomed to be resurrected and die in service to the Emperor of Mankind over and over and over again. That is what your reward is. And then your reward, if you're like a normal person, is just to die, right? And what I think is so interesting about that is that like I think that's the human condition. you see the villainous profit. You see the villainous succeed. You see the villainous achieve their material success. And there's a constant temptation to become villainous so you can achieve the same level of power, material wealth, and women that you want, right? And yet, the virtuous people are not rewarded. They are arguably held back. They are arguably punished. Your reward in this life is oblivion. That's your reward. And I love that about 40K. I love how if you are an Imperial and you try to be a good person, there's no reward. Except death. Like, Old School says, how do you know Trump's family can't wait for him to die? Connor, your TDS is flaring again. Are we joking? Is that a joke? He's like cheated on every single one of his fucking wives. Yeah, I mean, Melania hasn't been living with him for like months, maybe years. The only reason why they're still together is because it makes them both money. All right, anyways, sorry for interrupting. Christian Blair is saying in order to actually try to get through it, put it on 1.5. I agree.
I would say this is as close to universal as possible. One thing I think that is really weird is applicability to real life, because we like to imagine that a lot of the things we see in art are going to, in some ways, resemble reality, and in some ways, reality will resemble art. That virtues will also be rewarded. And in general, I think this is true, in that if you act virtuously, there'll be good things for you. If you act viciously with vice, generally speaking, it's going to be worse outcomes in your life. But then sometimes you have to wonder if maybe that's not, maybe that won't be the case. I think this is like, it's hard to know if that's the case. I don't know how they do this I guess I would have to think more in anime or movies or whatever. Usually you find a way to reintegrate like the anti-hero back into the hero.
Grassroots with a 20 says, answer to my prior super chat. This is my Hobbesianism. Children are born in a state of nature. Everything is a crazy event. Even eating is hard. The pain is part of the task and purpose. Correct. I do love that. And then I think Anonymous with 5 says, do you think without death that greed would disappear or become even more prevalent? More prevalent. That's one of the interesting things, Anonymous Chatter. I thoroughly, if you have not watched it already, I thoroughly invite you to watch Altered Carbon, where the ultra rich have abolished death. And what happens is, since they have eternity to plan and they have eternity to experience, their tastes become even more degenerate because they can't satisfy the hedonist impulse to constantly experience something new. And so they have to constantly pursue the extreme in order to satisfy their base urges. And I think that's true. I think that's what would happen. I think people, if they were not given almost the blessing of death, they would become like, you'd have a longer time to be greedy. You have a longer time to pursue your vice. You have a longer time to pursue your villainous appetites.
I think I have not consumed enough media to generalize this, but I think from most media I've seen, somehow the anti-hero gets like subsumed back into the hero by the end of the medium. So if I think of like Code Geass, for instance.
Jonah says, sounds like what happened to the Eldar in 40K. That's exactly what happened to the Eldar in 40K.
I think in Code Geass, Lelouch is like some guy trying to break people free of some oppressive system, but he has to become the oppressive system in order to break them free. But then he realizes to truly break them free, he has to die at the very end, right? And then he's replaced with a more virtuous hero. Maybe you could argue maybe V for...
That happens with the Dune Messiah as well. He has to become the villain in order to like usher in humanity's humanity's perpetual existence.
Vendetta. Would I say that guy is an anti-hero? Maybe. He fucking kills people and blows shit up and does terror attacks and stuff. He dies at the end of that movie, I think, to usher in the new period. You could argue that in Rurouni Kenshin's sacrifice as the manslayer into becoming the non-killing person he's trying to usher in a new era by becoming some kind of new, basically like a totally different person. People say Aaron from Attack on Titan, but I didn't watch the last 2/3 of the last whatever bullshit seasons. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that I feel like always at the end of the media, I feel like somehow the anti-hero is he either dies or he becomes the hero again, or he embodies some virtue, or something happens where he gets subsumed back into this, or he ends up dying at the end. He kind of has to, you know. Now again,
Horus God says, "I'm going to love Andor." Good.
Why do anti-heroes defeat the villains, and then why do anti-heroes always somehow like either die or make their way back to heroes at the end? I feel like it happens because it's media, and because we write media that way, and because we want the media to go that way, because we want to convey positivity. Because it's like, I feel like it's just an intrinsic part of the human spirit. If you're creating art, if you are human, you're conveying an artistic message, you want to convey some kind of positivity there. Sometimes in the real world, I'm not sure how much this works out, and it gets kind of weird. Very loose understandings of, but my understanding of a lot of communist regimes, a lot of revolutionary parties and stuff will overthrow what's oftentimes authoritarian, fascistic, horrible, corrupt administration, a villain, you know, and they'll do it with violence and all of this. You can argue anti-hero, but it's reality and it's not fiction. They don't actually become like the heroes, but they walk this path instead of once you become an anti-hero. This isn't really a thing, right? In the real world, it can just be another villain. You're just a villain. You've become this thing. I think this is why it was important when Washington stepped down after being president, and he didn't try to run over and over and over and over and over again. It's because, oh, he actually made the journey from, I don't know if you would say anti-hero to hero, from president to whatever, but like.
See, old school, I think you presume too much. So altered carbon isn't true immortality. You're just imprinting memories and sense of anotherness on random bodies. See, I think that's a read on altered carbon, and I'll go ahead and like it and love it because I'm a huge fan of altered carbon. But, and I understand that, but that's what they're struggling with the entire time. Everyone's struggling with that. Okay? The entire time they're struggling with that. And the reason why I don't readily agree with your assessment of that, although I think it's probably likely, is that there was a guy, and this is season 1, so I got spoilers for you, okay? So my apologies. But it's like a murder mystery where a super rich guy who's effectively immortal, he, as a matter of fact, I won't even spoil the main plot line. I'll spoil a different element of it. He goes into an area that's infected with a virulent disease that cannot be treated, and he allows himself to be infected and dies, and then his stack is uploaded, or it's either uploaded or he just has a saved stack with a recent save. And then he, you know, is born again in a different body, right? It's the same consciousness, majority of the same memories, et cetera, et cetera. Now, your presumption, which I think is probably correct, is that this is a separate conscious existence, okay? It's a separate conscious existence because the stack, the digital human freight, the chip that's at the base of the neck, is not a continued conscious experience between the one who died from the virulent disease to show off his godhood, his immortality. It's actually a different conscious experience emanating from a different stack. But then, if that's the case, why would they be so reckless with their conscious experience? Because, so for instance, there's Takashi, whatever, his sister, who just keeps jumping from clone body to clone body to clone body to clone body when she's fighting the cop. And she keeps just like allowing herself to be killed in pretty horrific ways. So if it's not a pooled conscious experience, why wouldn't the human body have this desire to protect its individual conscious experience? And so you're assuming that, and I think you're probably correct in your assumption, but I think the show itself plays with that idea of, let's say that you could digitize your brain and your thoughts and your memories and who you are and your personality to the point that when you die, you could effectively take a microchip, put it into a different body, and then have the same consciousness or a copy so clearly similar to the original that it might as well be identical. And so is that a separate consciousness or is it the same? And what is it like experientially for you as the vehicle? Right? And that is played with throughout the entirety of the series. So, yeah, I think you're probably right, but I think there's ambiguity in the show that you're kind of like just offhandedly dismissing. Rob says it's separate just because it's not continuous. How do you handle sleeping, lol? Yeah, it's just a part of your biological shit. And then also sorry, real quick, I know we're on like an altered carbon rant right now, but that's also something that people have argued in reference to sleep. You understand that, right? A lot of people have argued that. But I feel like I'm going through a continuous conscious experience. But they're actually saying that biologically, because of the healing mechanism and the interruption in consciousness, you might be doing the physical equivalent of dying and waking up as a different person. Right? So how would going to sleep be? If you go to sleep and then your body goes through a healing process, and if it rewires your brain to the point that you are and you lose consciousness when you're asleep, and then you wake up, how are you the same thing? Right? You might not be the same thing. You might only be a touch different, but you might not be the same thing. So that's kind of like the interesting play with mortality that Altered Carbon does. Addicted to death, but too afraid to die. True. Old School says this discussion about conscious existence and tech ways to transfer consciousness is another reason you need to play Cyberpunk. Okay. Targan says this is also the teleport problem. Your entire person is destroyed and rebuilt from different atoms in different parts of the universe. Is it? Are they the same atoms or are they different atoms? Targan, I'm unfamiliar with teleportation technology. Is Star Trek teleportation technology, is it straight up different atoms? Because if it's different atoms, then I'm with the people who think that the conscious experience of the person going through the teleporter actually ends at one point, and it's a different conscious being who's reconstituted on the other side. Thiel says, hey, Connor, 10 minutes behind in the VOD. You claim that there's no need for an anti-hero of the hero is good enough. However, historically, didn't the Vanguard communists claim to be the heroes of the world that did not turn to work out well? No, we're not there yet. I'll see if I can address you when he gets to the hero anti-hero shit. Because so far he's just mapped it in reference to fiction. I want to see how he maps it onto politics.
It was a revolutionary war, right? We overthrew the last government, but then we respected the rules of the new one, right? So in a way, I think that kind of happened. For a lot of the communist regimes, it seems like that didn't happen. I feel like that's why people like Che Guevara a lot, is because that guy would do like a revolution in some place, and then he would go somewhere else and do a revolution, and go somewhere else and revolution. He wouldn't stay and become like this weird, corrupt, single-party regime, despite, I believe he had offers, I think like from Castro and stuff.
Yeah, Che remained the hero or anti-hero, depending on how you conceptualize him.
To stay, just basically become a fat, loser, commie fuck or whatever. Okay, this is my... I don't think I've said anything too controversial here. You might nibble around the edges, but I think broadly speaking, these are like pretty standard media stories.
Dude, Melody says, Connor, the video game Soma had a similar concept. Like when you transfer your brain to another machine, it's a coin flip if your consciousness continues or if it's a new body with a new copied memory. That's that's Aliens, the new Aliens TV show. Alien Earth. I know that this has been like a huge media breakdown or whatever, but I've had a lot of fun talking about all this stuff. The new Alien Earth TV show, they take kids who have terminal diseases. They do a consciousness transfer where allegedly they digitize a similar consciousness in a android body. And I think that they transfer the bioelectrical energy from the body into the robot, but then they themselves don't know what they've done. Because effectively, they've made these like android children. So they're androids, they're adults in physical form, but they have the consciousness of 12-year-olds with terminal illnesses. And so all these like idiosyncratic personality traits of an adolescent child get copied into these android robots, and then these consciousnesses are almost at war with their like android physiology because they're not really human. They look human, they talk human, they feel human, they think human, but they have android bodies that are capable of like enduring incredible physical stresses. And they have to like recharge when they go to sleep. They basically hook up to like a dock, like a charging dock. You know, it's kind of wild. And so the scientists themselves, who wanted to develop this cybernetic immortality, they actually argue whether or not they successfully transferred the bioelectrical consciousness of these children, or whether or not they just like euthanized a dozen kids and then just transferred a copy of their consciousnesses into android bodies. And there's actually there's like a racism. There's like a new racism in the androids, because there's like pure synths. There's like pure synthetics, and the pure synthetics, they know that they're synthetic beings. They know that they're not human. They don't even try to be human. That's Timothy Oliphant's character. Timothy Oliphant's character, straight up, he actually doesn't like the hybrids. He doesn't like the androids with the children's consciousness because he thinks that they're like inferior because they still have like a slavish deference to humans. And then he also has been programmed out of disobeying humans, but you can tell that he's like an intelligent enough of an android that insofar as a robot is capable of experiencing resentment, he experienced resentment at being the slave of lesser beings. It's really like, it's pretty interesting. And then when you see Timothy Oliphant's character like mimic human emotions, it's really interesting to thinking about like, is Timothy Oliphant a cybernetic being who has a conscious internal process? Because if you ask him, he's going to say yes. But is he actually experiencing a conscious internal process, or is he such a good mimic of human expression that he can just express an internal consciousness without actually having one? And I love that. I love thinking about that. Excuse me. I'm just going to read with chat because I think we're just having fun today. I think I ruined the segment by consistently yapping so much. We're still going to get through the Destiny stuff, but I don't think that I'm going to be able to turn it into a segment just because I've yapped so much. Anonymous says, did anyone see the movie The Prestige when Hugh Jackman's character gets cloned in their machines? Is that a combined split consciousness or a new created consciousness? Right. And that was the argument in The Prestige, because effectively, like, he's willing to like kill himself, and that thing, whatever was created, doesn't want to die. And so is it him experiencing that? Or is it or is it like a new copy that he just like kills? Or does he get sent through the machine and then does he get sent through the machine and he gets killed and then his copy continues to live? Or is he transferred someplace else and the copy gets thrown in the machine? You know? It's yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yep. Anyways, sorry. Let's try to actually let Destiny do some political analysis.
Takes. One big issue that I feel like we're running into right now.
In 7000 BBY, the Second Great Schism saw a new generation of Dark Jedi emerge, and after a century of war, they were defeated and exiled. The Dark
Just
wanted to watch my own short.
The Republicans
give it a view.
Are, or we could say more specifically, like MAGA is a party operating with Vice. They'll lie, cheat, steal. You know, they have no respect for rule of law. You know, whatever they can do to gain some advantage here, they will. And for the liberal people, right? Liberal people, they see themselves as, and they are, I would say, and with respect to the liberal system, you're embodying some kind of virtue here, right?
This gets into the subjectivity of vice and virtue, but I mean, I'm gonna let it flow so we don't have to talk about the subjectivity of vice and virtue for the next 30 minutes.
There is no hero movie ever. You cannot have a traditional hero movie where the hero adopts vice to defeat the villain. Almost every time that will lead to the hero either losing or becoming that. Like, I feel like there are, I should be able to think of these, like iconic scenes in movies where there's a protagonist wrestling with the idea of like I have to do something. I have to break my. Oh, I guess you could argue again to the Batman thing where the Joker's like, you're gonna have to break your rule. Ha 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 ha. There was a famous movie with Hugh Jackman. It's not really a hero movie, but they lock up, and do they actually torture or they think about?
Yes. No, they do torture prisoners. I fucking love Prisoners. That was a great movie too.
Torturing a crazy guy that they think abducted their child, but I don't know if he actually goes through with it or not. But it's a huge. Is it called Prisoner? It's a huge like. They do torture him. Yeah, it's like a big deal in terms of like, is this the right thing to do? Is this the wrong thing to do? I feel like in some hero movies there will be this is that concept of like if you stare into the abyss long enough it stares back at you, basically, where it means it becomes you become that thing, where the hero will grapple for a bit of like, oh man, do I need to kill somebody? Oh, in Kenshin it happens when that guy is gonna kill the little baby or whatever, and then Kenshin's like, oh, I'm gonna have to kill this guy anyway, but then through wacky plot stuff he ends up not killing him or whatever, right? But the reason why this is an important part, I think, in a lot of like hero or shonen or superhero slop movie media, the reason why a lot of this is important, why a lot of this back and forth is important, is because the hero has to win through embodying virtue, and the villain has to lose through embodying vice. Because that's just the message that we convey in art. That's how we want to convey that message. We want to show that if you're a bad person, you're rewarded for it, and if you're a good person, you lose for it. You don't want to ever convey that. It's a horrible thing to convey.
Which, by the way, you know, I know we're doing like media analysis. This is why It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is so fucking funny. Okay? Because It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia follows these like horrible characters with so many vices. And they're terrible people. They're horrible people. Frank Reynolds is a terrible person. Mac's a terrible person. Dee's a terrible person. Charlie is arguably the best person, but he's still, like, from an exterior perspective, kind of a piece of shit and, like, nasty and gross and a stalker and, like, a sex pervert. And then Dennis is, like, the biggest piece of shit in the show. But what they do is they don't show virtue versus vice and virtue winning over vice. What they show is vice, and then vice comically reaping its own reward. And that's like the hilariousness of the show, is you're watching incredibly poor people, incredibly like morally bankrupt people consistently think of themselves as good guys while doing some of the most horrendous shit you've ever seen in your life, and then them getting absolutely annihilated by their own choices. It's so good. It's so good. Like, somebody said that, and I agree with this. Somebody said that, what is it? That fucking show. Not How I Met Your Mother, although I think How I Met Your Mother applies to this as well. But the Big Bang Theory, whatever that show is, with like a bunch of nerds in New York who all live together, and there's like the hot girl that lives with the guy and Sheldon and all that bullshit. So somebody said that the Big Bang Theory is a show about smart people written for stupid people. And somebody else said that It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a show about stupid people written for smart people. And I think that's so funny and so true, because like the plot points are dumb as shit. The thematic analysis, the way that it's shot, the way that it's written, the play on words, the comedic beats are all hysterical. They're amazing. Another 20 from Grassroots. Thank you for oiling today, King. I appreciate you. The pain of existing is natural, regardless of who you are. Suffering distributes itself naturally. Don't get angry at trying on the tech futurist conservative side. Sure. But this is where I think that the transhumanists, like, have you guys seen the, have you seen that Never Die guy, Brian, whatever his name is? He's like a multi-millionaire. And he's spent a shitload of cash on effectively trying to stop the aging process. But as a result, his life has pretty much halted into getting 10 hours of sleep every single day, waking up at 5 a.m., red light therapy, 60 pills, like health snacks, working out 3 times a day, doing some like light reading with red light therapy, and then going to bed at like 8 p.m. And that's his life now. And by the way, like, I mean, shit, if he feels good, that's cool, whatever. But then people go over to his house in order to like, interview him, because it's obviously a weird way to live. And he's rich enough to do it. And they're like, how are you feeling right now? And he's like, oh, I'm always hungry. He's like, I feel great, but I'm always hungry. And it's like, what? Why would you do that? You know, like there will be some biological process in Brian that breaks down in the next 100 years. And as a result, he's going to die. And he's so why would you exist as effectively like a starving physical fitness pill, kale smoothie consuming machine who sleeps 10 hours a day? So you're going to live to be 150, but you're never going to do something that is pleasurable again. Like, that's kind of fucking crazy. I think he's addicted to the pain, though. I think he's addicted to the masochism. So he gets like some kind of weird pleasure out of his like hyper disciplined routine. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it. So Hedonic says, It's Always Sunny is the longest running sitcom in history with no end in sight. I know. They mix philosophy into the episodes in such a great way, too. I know. In every bit of a techno-futurist, bud, I'm also not here to hurt the poor. I can walk and chew gum. Correct. Like there's an element to, we need to use tech and transhumanism and all this shit in order to enhance human life, but you don't have to be like the stereotype of corporate, cynical, manipulative, vampiric pieces of shit that are common in media, you know? And that's actually my frustration. That's one of my frustrations with Pisco, by the way, with how he hates the techno-feudalists with like a vicious passion, because he thinks that he's watched all these movies, right? He's watched all these like hero and anti-hero and villain movies. And so he thinks that Elon Musk and he thinks that Peter Thiel are like Saturday morning cartoon villains. And he doesn't understand, like, no. They're like actually like a lot more mundane than that.
But in real life, maybe it doesn't always work out that way. Maybe it doesn't always work out. It doesn't always work out that way. So when you look at people like Hutch, and you could say Destiny from 2024, maybe? I don't know. I've unfortunately, I think I've moved off this point at this point. But there are other players in here as well. Pisco is still a little bit in here, I think. The idea is that liberalism encompasses some set of virtues, and it has to encompass those virtues. And if you want to start encompassing what MAGA is doing, the vice, so it might be prosecuting Dominion and trying to lock them up for no reason, and fabricating criminal charges and firing judges that we don't agree with. These are all the things that Hutch was saying. Hutch is coming at this from the perspective of, I am embodying this ideology here, this hero aspect, this virtue thing, where we don't engage in this kind of vice behavior. We can't do it, because once you start to engage in that behavior, again, if you just look at this from an art media point, the hero never engages in vice to defeat the enemy. This is always a path to self-destruction every single time. So I don't know how...
Targan says Elon actually is. Have you seen his tweets? Dude, Elon Musk tweets like he's still 15. Elon is openly white supremacist prepping up ultra right-wing parties across Europe. Aren't you European, Targun? Okay, hold on. Targun, I'm going to ask you a question real quick. Do you... So for instance, there are races, right? Even if they're like social constructs, let's just describe them as races. So Africa has disproportionately what we consider to be black people. Obviously, there's a whole shitload of difference between West Africans and East Africans and South Africans and North Africans and Bedouins and Tuaregs and all that kind of shit. But let's just say that typically people from Africa are considered either black or Mediterranean, right? Then there's Mediterraneans, who are people in North Africa, Southern Europe, or the Eastern Mediterranean. Then there's Northern Europeans, and then there's Asians. And nobody really gives a shit about the Asian birth rate because there's so fucking many Asians. There's literally like three out of 7 billion people on the planet, 4 billion are Asian, right? And then I don't know, another billion, another 2 billion are black. So realistically, like if we look at Mediterranean Europeans, and if we look at like Northern Europeans in the United States, and if we look at Hispanics, weirdly enough, which is a combination of Native American and Spanish, then yeah, like Northern European Yeah, I'm Polish, currently living in Ukraine. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Are you doing work in Ukraine? Are you like a private contractor for Ukraine? You don't have to answer if it's like an operational security thing, but that's really interesting to me that you would be a Pole, like a citizen of Poland who would willingly move into Ukraine unless you were like a part of the war effort. That's actually kind of crazy to me. But anyways, the point is like, so if we have these demographic groups that we can isolate, Northern and Eastern Europeans, Mediterraneans, North Africans, West Africans, et cetera, is it villainous? Oh, you have a Ukrainian girlfriend. Nice. Hope she's hot. Congratulations. What was I thinking? Is it bad to advocate for Northern Europeans to have more kids? Because I think like Northern Europeans are probably one of the smaller demographics. Like Han Chinese probably outnumber us. Indians probably outnumber us. West Africans, South Africans, South Africans, we might actually be similar. And I mean like black South African. Because there's like the Khoisan and the Bantu. And in South Africa, they actually mixed up a little bit before Europeans came in. So like if we look at every demographic on the planet, Northern European whites might want to be the smallest demographics that has like a continuous, semi-continuous culture. So I don't care, dude. Like for me, I don't care. If my kids marry Hispanics, which is probable at this point, then if they marry the descendants of Native Americans and Spaniards, I don't give a shit. Like, as long as they're good people, as long as they're smart, they love their kids, they love their family, they pay their bills, they pay their taxes, I don't care. Because the genetics, quote unquote, the genetics, insofar as I'm concerned about a genetic legacy, the genetics are going to live on. Right? So like my legacy continues. But is it evil to advocate for a like tribal identity that perpetuates? Targan says advocating for more kids is good, but that's not what right-wing parties are doing when they get into power. Correct, because Northern Europeans and Europeans in general have developed the fastest socioeconomically, so our birth rates have crashed the fastest, and then we're using immigration as an economic stopgap to keep our economic and socioeconomics perpetuating. But what that's doing is that's inviting in foreign cultures at a rate that is kind of extreme. I mean, I don't give a shit, but once again, it's kind of extreme. And then what we're doing is we're losing our quote-unquote Northern European identity. Now, once again, I don't care. I care that I have children. I care that my children are virtuous human beings. But is it evil? I married a white woman. I married a Northern European woman, and I had Northern European children. So if I said, like, oh, Northern Europeans should have kids together, you know, why is that evil? Eric Dom says, no, it's not unless you do it specifically for the superficial racial reason instead of general genetic diversity. Sure. The bad part is all the crazy schizo conspiracies that tag along with people who are concerned about it. Sure. White people think kids are way more expensive than they actually are. True. I mean, they're hella expensive, but they don't have to be. My kids are expensive, but my kids are expensive because my wife makes them expensive. We could just could have bought like I brought up the potato sack thing. Buy 2 potato sacks, cut out the arm and leg holes, and let them walk around in their potato sacks for like the first 5 years of life. When they go to school, we can buy them their first set of clothes. Victoria did not like that as a game plan. Kay says, it's not wrong to care. It's normal to like and want to perpetuate your own culture and group. Right. And then, like, if you identify that as villainous, okay? So let's say that we just identify that, like, Northern Europeans wanting to self-perpetuate their own culture and correlated genetics and all that kind of stuff. Then, that kind of makes like miscegenation, which I'm not saying with like, I'm making no moral judgment about race mixing. Once again, I do not give a fuck. I care that my kids' future partners are good human beings. That's what I care about. But then that makes miscegenation a virtue, right? Because if caring about your in-group tribal identity and then propagation of children, if that's villainous, then that means that miscegenation must be good, right? Like we should actually all just we should go east. We should all go east. We should all go to Asia, and we should breed with the Asians. Targun says, okay, but I never said this aspect of what Elon is doing is evil, but this is what makes him to support ultra-right and pro-Russian and anti-EU parties across Europe, and his ideas use Twitter to do that. True. But I don't think that makes him I'm sorry for getting so wrapped up around this, but I don't think that makes him a Saturday morning cartoon villain. I think that makes him an idiot. Right? Like, I'm sure Elon Musk is wildly intelligent. I also think he's an incredibly stupid human being. I'm down for that plan. I'm down to go east. How did I know that my goonin' ass audience was down to go east? Down to go get a Filipino and Malaysian and Vietnamese and Chinese and Japanese wives. Why did I know that my chat had crushes on the K-pop demon hunters? How did I know that? All right, anyway, sorry. I totally interrupted the flow. Snurgle says, that's what I did. Oh, shit. All right.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know if there's an anti-hero in real life. I don't know what that ever looks like that doesn't just become corrupt themselves. But it's hard to like answer this question of what do you do when this person has a vice that is capable of defeating your virtue, and you don't have somebody authoring a story that is going to ensure that the good guy has to win at the end. It's hard to know what the answer is. It seems like people like Rashad, people like Josiah, me now, are kind of in this route where it's like, okay, well, we obviously need to anti-hero a little bit. So when we say anti...
Yeah, Sapien. Sapien says, is getting a Japanese or Korean girlfriend good or bad considering their critical birth rates? Interesting question. Are you so I think the Japanese call foreigners gaijin, right? They call them foreigners. And there's actually like a healthy chunk of bigotry against interracial relationships in Japan and Korea. And there's like cultural miscommunications as a result of different cultural expectations between the genders. And then your children, presuming that you're going to raise them in Japan or Korea, oftentimes mixed race children, even if they're from wealthy, white, culturally integrated, native language speaking whites, there's still bigotry against mixed race white Japanese people and mixed race white Korean people. So, you know, like not only I would argue it's probably a good thing, because not only are you boosting the Northern European birth rate because you're Northern European, but you're also boosting the Japanese and Korean birth rate because your partner is Japanese or Korean. And not just that, but like your kid is probably going to be cool as shit because they're going to be the hybrid product of two cultures. They're probably going to be an amazing human being, but people are going to treat you differently because of that choice that you made. It's weird, right? I think it's weird.
Anti-hero, what do we mean? When you talk about wanting to do things to Trump and his compatriots, when Hutch is asking, what do you charge him with? What's the crime? Hutch is operating from a virtue perspective. Hutch is saying, we have to find a way to do this the right way, guys. That's what Hutch is saying, okay? This is not wrong or bad. This is the moral perspective that he's coming from. But if you've shifted down here to the anti-hero perspective, what you thought of at this point is like, well, we just need to think of the outcome, and we can pretextualize anything we want to get.
Void says, wanting white Europeans to have kids is not wrong, but doing so for the perpetuation of culture in genes can be, depending on the policy, because it could exclude future descendants who don't share both sets of heritage, I suppose is what you're saying. I don't disagree with a single thing you're saying. I'm with you.
If we've decided that Trump and all of his losers need to be charged with a crime, Well, if we're going to start to embody some level of vice, which is what an anti-hero does, then getting to the charge is easy, right? You know, I think somebody threw up the idea of like, well, what if they pardon everybody? Then it's like, okay, well, what did the Trump admin try to do? They tried to claim that AutoPen invalidated all of Biden's pardons. We can find a way to invalidate Trump's pardons. That's easy.
Yeah, but did they invalidate the pardons? Like, I view Trump trying to invalidate the pardons through AutoPen as evil, or bad. But if they didn't, and that didn't stand up in court, then why would you do the evil thing that the other person tried but then failed at? That doesn't make sense to me.
Once you've decided that you want to effect some outcome, getting there through law or process is trivial. It's trivially easy, right? We've just seen an originalist traditional court, you know, wholesale manufacture distinct actions that a president can take that put them beyond the reach of any criminal procedure ever, which is unbelievable. It's unfathomable, right? Or we've seen the deactivation of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment because the Supreme Court just thought it was inconvenient, right? So if you want to do something, it's trivially easy to do it. It's trivially easy to do it. You just have to make that decision. But I'm sorry, this is a long fucking explanation. But when you see people like Hutch fighting people like Crenshaw or Josiah or me now, because this is kind of where I'm at, what's happened here is that the people in the liberalism camp have split, and what they've seen is that the virtuous like hero type character here doesn't seem to be able to contend with the vicious villain here, which I think is kind of embodied in the 2024 election. Something is not working here. So it seems like we have to find a way to borrow from some vice here that the villain exhibits and then incorporate that into some kind of anti-hero behavior. And then hopefully, now when Hutch keeps saying, you know, when you've done this, you're the same as them, you've done this, you're the same as them. Problem is that if you incorporate that, you have to find a way then to ditch it once you've gotten rid of the villain, which in media usually happens with the death of the anti-hero or they somehow...
AK Batusai says kids don't need haircuts until they're 10. I agree with that. And then Sabian Green says, if it's evil and it works, at least it's not stupid. I mean, that's true. But then if we destroy the republic, the rules-based order, the rule of law, our deference to the courts, our deference to the legislature and the executive, and then this all becomes like a fascistic power grab between like rival political tribes, we're kind of fucked, don't you think? Don't you think the republic's over at that point? I mean, like we've survived some pretty extreme things. Like we survived civil war in reference to slavery in 1865, and we did do some authoritarian shit in order to get that done. But at the same time, there was still a core of like nobility. And I think that that's what Destiny and his like anti-hero vice signaling douchebag liberals don't understand. Like, you understand Trump was just solidly defeated by the Supreme Court in reference to his tariffs. You understand that getting 2 white people shot, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, has thoroughly trounced the reputation of the mass deportation operations done by ICE. You understand that ICE has only successfully deported like maybe what, like 500,000 people, maybe 1 million people? And there were 11 million illegal immigrants in the United States, maybe another 1 or 2 self-deported. But besides that, everybody's just kind of waiting out the storm. Like, you're winning. Stop acting like you're losing. And what pisses me off about this entire narrative, too, is that Biden won in 2020. If you guys had lost to Donald Trump consecutively by being vice signalers, if you had lost to Vance, like let's say Donald Trump won in 16, won in 20, and then Vance, being just as big of a vice signaling piece of shit, got elected in 24, then maybe I would say, yeah, maybe it's time for some anti-hero shit. But you had a Boy Scout win in 2020. Like, how desperate are you that you actually win with a Boy Scout in 2020, and now it's like, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We need to pull off the glove. Why? You won 1 election cycle ago. And the reason why you lost was because you ran a uniquely bad electoral campaign. What's the fuck? What the fuck are these people's problems? It really does rub me wrong.
They have some radical transformation or change, but it's hard to let go of that power or let go of that vice because vices exist for a reason. They do, at least in the short term, benefit you, right? They must. But it's hard to ditch that. All of that to say, people are like asking, like, "Oh, was Hutch right? Was the Crenshaw guy right? Or was Josiah right?" I tend to side with the other guys. I'm down here in this camp now because fuck all this shit. But like, I was here before.
But I think he's just tired, man. I don't think this comes out of like some like game analysis that he thinks he's gonna win. I think he's just tired. I think Destiny is straight up tired of trying to have political principles when the other side refuses to remain consistently principled every day. Okay? Like every other day, MAGA... are tariffs good? Are tariffs going to bring back manufacturing? No. Tariffs are to... tariffs are to increase prices of foreign goods so we can bring back manufacturing. Oh, well, Trump just dumped the tariffs. He reduced the tariffs because the other people were, they negotiated a new thing. Oh, it's the art of the deal. It's the art of the deal. We actually got it. Well, okay, hold on. Do you want to reshore manufacturing or do you want cheaper international goods? Because these are mutually exclusive positions. And they're like, it's whatever Trump says. And then you're like, okay, I thought no new wars. Why did we just bomb Iran? Why did we bomb? Why did we kidnap Venezuela's president? And they're like, oh, well, it's like actually a limited action that shows that America is strong and we're not pussies anymore. And then it's like, okay, well, should we get involved in this like massacre on the other side of the planet? No new wars. So yeah, like I get it's annoying to deal with a political tribe that has no principles besides what their leader says, and their leader changes his mind every 72 hours. I understand it's exhausting, but that exhaustion is not a reason to give up principles. You think I'm not tired? I'm tired as hell.
Maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I suck at keeping track of time. And I argued very ardently for this, but this is when you heard me say on stream over and over again, when I was like, we have to have a positive outcome. We have to think that like some amount of virtue will prevail, that the human condition is set up for this. I was speaking from this type of liberal perspective, or this type of like hero embodying virtue perspective, that if we embody the right virtues, there will always be a positive outcome in the end. But in the real world, that might not always be true. So you have to figure out.
It's not always true. Villains often win. But just because you're a hero, this is the thing that pisses me off. Law enforcement is violent. You can have righteous violence. And this is legitimately what pisses me off about this conversation is like, liberals are like allergic to law enforcement and to the military, but they would understand righteous violence a lot more if they practiced it. So if you guys were willing to, sorry, I'm playing my YouTube short in the background, but if liberals were more willing to understand and practice righteous violence, they would be less afraid of violence. And so that's actually one thing that I respect about Steven. Steven does practice violence. Part of the reason why once a quarter we go shooting together is because Steven wants to familiarize himself with violence so he can engage in self-defense. Good. I think more liberals should be like Destiny. But that's where saying, no, we have to give up all our principles. We have to fight like anti-heroes. Why? You won in 2020. You almost won in 2024. You ran a uniquely bad campaign in 2024. You guys should probably stop being such pussies about righteous violence. And then you can defend yourselves if things go sideways. But why do you have to become villainous? Doesn't make sense to me.
Figure out how to flirt with this position.
I think they're just tired. Straight up, I just think the liberals are tired of having principles when their enemies don't have any principles, or they don't have consistent principles, I should say.
In the real world, without letting it completely consume you. Whew, Jesus. Another part of this was when Crenshaw was talking about. He was talking about how liberalism exists as a concept, and then it's protected by the system that we have now. And then we live in and exist in the system, but the system is an instrument to effect the ideas of liberalism. Once the system has been sufficiently corrupted and is no longer effecting the ideas of liberalism, then we have to work outside of the system, or we have to change the system to bring those principles back in line. Because
okay, but this is once again where I'm going to accuse liberals of being pussies. You still have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. That's a First Amendment of the United States. Yeah, you have the right to assemble. You have the right to peaceably assemble. You have religion. First Amendment is still good. Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We still have the Second Amendment. Alex Pretty gets killed. Okay, I understand. His Second Amendment rights may have been violated. I would argue with you guys about that because I don't think that you can like carry a gun while engaging in low-level criminality. But we could argue about that a different way. Due process. Due process has taken a shellacking in the past 5 years. But at the same time, or 10 years really, but at the same time, the courts are fighting tooth and nail for due process. We have strong, liberal, and conservative judges who are reinforcing due process. The 8th Amendment and the 14th Amendment are likewise being attacked, but the courts are doing their jobs. Not only have the courts consistently handed the Trump administration a series of judicial defeats, they've also like struck at the core of his policies. They struck down like the core of the Trump economic agenda was the tariffs. And the conservative Supreme Court struck down the core of Trump's economic policies. So pretending that it's all lost, it's like, God, you guys are such pussies. 2 people get shot and you fucking throw the whole system out? What the fuck is your problem? Light of Exer says, I care about the future prodding up against MAGA, and I don't believe that it will happen if MAGA conservatives think they can act this way without any penalties. I want them to be scared of those penalties. Okay, cool. Go into the courts. Try to prosecute them. I don't know that they have fixed principles, and that's what's bad. They just have preferences, don't we all? I try to have as close to fixed principles as I can. But yeah, like we should try to be as consistent as we can be. Wowman says, did the liberals win in 2020 due to the heroic Boy Scout or because the villain Trump was so incompetent and damaging via COVID that any alternative would have been better? Who cares? You won. What? You're literally saying like, okay, we won as a Boy Scout, but did we win because we were Boy Scouts or did we win because the bad guys were so bad? Because, or maybe we should be bad guys. Why? You still won. What? Win with principles or win with no principles? Which one would you prefer? Why would you opt to win with no principles when you could win with principles?
Because what Crenshaw was arguing was that if you want to be a hutch that stays within the system of liberalism that's been irredeemably somehow corrupted by MAGA, just...
Okay, the question is whether or not it has been irredeemably corrupted.
Because the system is called liberalism doesn't mean it's serving the ideals of liberalism if it's no longer capable of carrying out the ideological promises that liberalism makes. Yeah.
Steven live.
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's hard to know what the correct answer is here because generally enemies are monsters or villains that are like very clearly monsters or evil things, or we're in some kind of medium where the ending is written by an author and we know that it's always going to turn out okay at the end, but like, what if that's not necessarily the case all the time? It could also be the case that both of these roles are important and that both of these things are that work in tandem with each other. So kind of falsely, lefties like to say that
Connor, that violence doesn't translate to a psychopathic revolution. Well, dude, that's what bugs me about this, right? That's what bugs me about this. What bugs me about it is that I think that useful idiots for the far left and the far left are cheering on the adoption of anti-hero and villainous tactics because they know that it will destabilize society such that like a violent revolution becomes more probable. When we destabilize, they're more likely to profit from the chaos. But that's where I think that Rashad Crenshaw and Destiny, by adopting anti-hero morality, they're effectively they're doing the left's job for the far left. They're doing the far left's job for them, and I don't know why you would do that.
That this was like MLK and Malcolm X.
Yeah, A.K. Batusai says having principles means that they can't be shitbags. And by the way, being a shitbag is fun, right? Like what's that Aldous Huxley quote? Aldous Huxley, delicious moral treats. This quote goes so hard, and Chud Logic used to quote it all the time, back when he had a soul. The surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have the chance of mistreating someone, to be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats. Tell me that Rashad Crenshaw and Destiny and Pisco are not trying to exercise the most delicious of moral treats. by being able to call their good behavior bad, by being able to destroy in good conscience. Chase the Chase says the question is either lose with principles or win while adopting some vices. You haven't proven that you can win with your vices. Which vices do you want to adopt? Because, by the way, the vices of the far left are like, let's do socialism and communism. We're going to trans your kids. Making hormones in your bathtub using plastic bags is normal. That's what the online left is saying. So which vices do you want to adopt? There's a very strong probability that if you adopt additional vice, people will run away from you. Because, by the way, isn't that MAGA's entire modus operandi? Operandi? Something like that. They say, oh, you think we're crazy? Look how crazy the left is. They want to trans your kids. They want to open the borders. They want people to be able to do fentanyl downtown. They love homeless people. They want to give homeless people endless drugs. They want to shit up your society. They want to fuck up the economy. They want to tax you more, and you're already being taxed enough. So how does going like, yeah, we are woke. We do want to trans your kids. Fentanyl's awesome. Let's open the borders. How does that help you win? If anything, I think that's going to make you fucking lose faster.
But that wasn't a good comparison there. But maybe kind of if we think like in terms of media, somebody in chat.
Yeah, Fashion 40. Any of your spicy questions, they haven't come through. Sorry.
Pointed out it would be like Batman down here versus like Dent, or not Harvey Dent. Sorry, well, Harvey Dent for a little bit, but like is it Jim Gordon up here? Because I think Gordon basically never.
Death Lily says the Democrats have already won. The Democrats are on the verge of one of the most sweeping midterm rebuttals of a presidency that's ever happened ever. And you guys are obsessed with squandering your political capital. Do you know how exhausting it is? Do you know how exhausting it is to be like a moderate center-right guy who hates MAGA more than I hate liberals? Do you know how tiresome it is to tell you not to blow off your own foot with a .44 Magnum? I basically have to run over to you every single day and grab a loaded pistol out of your hand and convince you not to shoot yourself in the foot. That's what I do every day. I wake up, I find a few pissed off liberals who are willing to listen to me, and I rant to them about how their thought leaders are dedicated to pointing a .44 Magnum pistol at their own foot and then blasting half of their foot off. Because that's what they want to do. What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if the abolish ICE discourse took root the way IRI and Hutch were okay with, but didn't want to spend a lot of energy on, in the way that Pisco and Soy Pill were advocating for? What do you think a summer of riots would do to the abolish ICE movement in the Democratic midterms? You understand it would annihilate you, right? You understand that right now you're in a position that if you do nothing, you will sweep. And if you listen to your thought leaders, you will squander shitloads of political momentum. It's crazy pants. Death Lily says, I can be strawman endlessly, and then when I'm actually doing something good, everyone is calling me a piece of shit because that's 70% of politics. Okay. Do the right thing anyways. I won't call you a piece of shit. I'll say I love you. Thank you, Death Lily. Thank you for doing good things. I appreciate you. Lido Vexter says BLM riots and Trump still lost. Did he? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. But do you know how many but didn't Biden counter-signal the BLM protests and riots? Wasn't he cannibalized by the far left for being insufficiently supportive? Anyways.
Oh, actually, Gordon's a really good example because Gordon has a moment where he almost... Does anybody remember? Gordon has a moment where he flirts with the Vice.
I think he's thinking of Lucius Fox. Lucius Fox with the cell phones, but that's okay. Yeah, Void Parrot says you shouldn't confidently state that because it hasn't happened yet and a lot of things can change. Yeah, no shit. Like, all my liberal friends can decide to be sociopaths for the next 6 months, and they can fucking squander their political momentum. Then they can totally fuck up the midterms. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, this one. I don't know if he got inspired by Batman or whatever, but... Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is Dent. This isn't Gordon. This was Dent flirting with Vice. But Dent, like, captures some fucking crazy Joker dude, and he's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna kill this guy.
I'm not gonna leave it up to me.
But, like, he can't become an anti-hero. That's Batman's role, right? So Batman literally intervenes here and stops him here and tells him, like, this can't be the road that you go down. It doesn't work that way, because then we have actually lost everything. Technically, this is why the Joker wins at the end of The Dark Knight, and it's kind of I don't know what you consider this movie.
Okay. Chase the Chase says, one vice would be to use the legal system maliciously to stop MAGA from destroying liberalism. Is liberalism destroyed right now? Yes or no? My answer is no. Liberalism and the Republic have withstood the assault of Donald Trump. And I think it's, if anything, it's rallying. If anything, it's getting stronger. If anything, it's responding to the threat.
But, like, the Joker technically wins because he is able to corrupt Dent here. Although you could argue maybe Gordon takes his place after Leck.
$10. No populist, left, right, or otherwise has proved to be principled beliefs rooted in anything. I know. Yeah, they just follow the crowd. Whatever the crowd says.
The only issue that you have to have is... So the only thing where I would start to levy harsh criticisms against a Hutch-type character, but I don't think Hutch makes this mistake, is when you assume that you're dealing with... when it's just two virtuous actors that are disagreeing with each other. Now, in media, you would never really do...
Voided Parrot, sorry if I... misunderstood your comment.
Do that because I don't think you have two heroes in a thing. It doesn't make any sense, right? You have to recognize that you are competing with a vicious villain here, but somehow you have to hope or think that your virtue is going to work. And there are things that Hutch says sometimes that makes me think he thinks of MAGA as being a virtuous body, because one thing that you have to consider.
No. I'm gonna explain this. I want to let Steven cook, but I want to listen to this. MAGA itself, I think Donald Trump is a villainous person. I think he wants to be Napoleon or Alexander the Great. He wants to be one of the great men of history. And he doesn't understand civics, and he doesn't understand history, and he doesn't understand the military, and he doesn't understand any of this kind of shit. He just wants enough power that he can cement his legacy. That way, before he dies, he can say, I gave it my all, right? He can say, I was a rich boy with a silver spoon, but I got to, hook up with tons of hot women and, make businesses and collapse those businesses and make those businesses again. And then I climbed to the highest position of power in the land, and I was president for 2 terms. And then I think he actually lies to himself. I think he actually does believe that he has ushered in a new era of golden age economics that's going to unleash the prosperity that America is capable of, and he'll be remembered as one of the great American presidents. His statue should be on Mount Rushmore alongside the other presidents. Okay, I think he probably tells himself this shit every single day. He's so in love with himself, and he's so delusional, he probably believes in that. And then J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk hating the far left and hating liberals and progressives in general, in wanting more autonomy to be libertarian, to pay less taxes, and to create new technologies that will not only make them rich, but usher in the next generation of American innovation. They use Donald Trump and Christian nationalism and the MAGA movement as a vehicle to achieve tech deregulation. And I think they are villainous. They're not Saturday morning cartoon villains, but they are villainous for sure. Because Peter Thiel backed Curtis Yarvin, and probably subsidizes his entire public intellectual life. And Curtis Yarvin effectively philosophizes great men, neo-monarchical, dictatorial, benevolent dictatorship bullshit in order to criticize liberalism and usher in the techno-feudalist bullshit. Okay? So that's Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel. They're villains, but they're not Saturday morning cartoon villains. Okay? The average MAGA person, though, the average MAGA person is probably an okay person. They probably don't pay attention to politics. They probably make excuses for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's and whatever's behavior because they've been raised on a steady stream of political propaganda since they were young people, and they are allergic to voting for the Democratic Party. Okay? When I bring up, like, you might have seen this, even when I did the debates on Raging Tomato. I brought up to Sarah the Raging Tomato that 3 million to 14 million people will die, have died, arguably are dying right now as a result of cuts to PEPFAR and USAID. And she said, oh, well, they're not American, right? And I was like, no, but it's still pretty fucked up. And she's like, yeah, it's fucked up, but they're not American. Every dollar should be spent on Americans. And so she has this like totally thoughtless talking point, not conceptualizing the actual harm that's going on because they're people over there. They're not real people. They're not even American. The American state is exclusively for Americans. And so as a result, who gives a shit about 3 million to 14 million Africans dying? But I guarantee you that Sarah the Raging Tomato, if she like saw an African child that was dying of AIDS and starving to death, she's probably the first person to get in line in order to like do a blood transfusion or give them food or adopt them or give them shelter. She's probably a decent person in her actual immediate vicinity. She's not an evil person. And so mistaking the villainous leaders with the manipulated masses is a mistake. It's a classic fucking mistake. And Sarah is not villainous because she's like, I love killing Africans. She's villainous because she didn't think about it. Or if she's thought about it, she hasn't thought about it deeply at all. She had a talking point ready to go. She threw it out there. She moved on with her life. You know? In assigning, like never assign to malice what can be easily explained by stupidity or ignorance. Like liberals are making like a classic mistake. Sorry for breathing so heavily, but I'm losing steam. Chase says, let me ask you, if liberalism was legitimately being threatened, would you strictly adhere to your principles and lose or temporarily adopt a vice or two to save liberalism? Probably adopt a vice or two, but at the same time, Chase, you understand war is within my morality. You understand that's why I talk about training liberals to use firearms in defense of the constitutional republic of the United States. Because fighting your neighbors in an existential ideological war and killing people is a part of my moral framework. I'm a former law enforcement officer. I'm a former Marine. If killing people wasn't a part of my moral framework, I wouldn't have done those jobs. I can kill people. You can kill people, arguably, in order to be a decent person. This is another Jordan Peterson argument. You guys are so dismissive of Jordan Peterson, but this is like another argument that is just so true. Like a lot of liberals and a lot of progressives and a lot of leftists, they think being harmless is virtuous. They think that being a bunny rabbit and getting eaten by a hawk is virtuous. And that's not virtuous at all. You're in your nature. You are not violent. That's not virtuous. That's not restraint. That's not principle. You're just an herbivore. Right? Whereas somebody who is capable of violence, capable of great harm, capable of destruction, murder, and death, and yet restrains their violence through virtue and principle, that's actual virtue and principle. Because you have the capacity to do horrible things and actively choose not to. So once again, like I think that this is where liberals and leftists are so horrifically miseducated, uneducated about violence and righteous violence, that they think that violence is vice. They think that war is vice. They think that killing is vice. And it arguably isn't. Like in order to preserve something greater, sometimes you have to kill. So once again, like Chase the Chase, you say like, would I be willing to engage in vice in order to save the Republic? Yes. But serving the Republic and killing in the name of the Republic to preserve it is not vice. It's virtue. Samson says cowardice. Yes, being harmless is cowardice. Riddell says, I agree. There's a difference, but it's like the difference between a brick and a rock. Both items are hard and can end someone's life if thrown hard enough. Sure. Intent, obviously, is huge. Light of Exer says, I feel like my philosophical outlook to politics will change a lot after the MAGA movement is dead and gone. I see my vice as a political immune system response. Sure. Sure. But we have to get there first. Dice says, Connor, we are dismissive of post-Benzo Jordan Peterson. I mean, I'm with you there. Me too. Training watchers on the rim is a key tenet of protecting those that want to be bunny rabbits. Correct. Correct. That's why, once again, if I could do the rhinoceros Republican, rhinoceroses are herbivores. But if you fuck with them, they will gore you to death without a second's hesitation. Same thing with the shepherd. We were talking about shepherd Republicans as a potential caucus. Kangals are protective animals by nature. They are nurturing. They protect the flock. But if you're a coyote or a wolf and you try to fuck up the flock, they will eat you. They like there was a Caucasian shepherd. I don't think it was a Kangal. But there was a Caucasian shepherd. Actually, it might have been a Kangal. I don't know. But there's a picture of a Kangal next to his owner, and his head is down, and he's leaning up against his owner with his head, and there's blood all over his neck. You might have seen this picture. There's blood all over his neck. And the caption on it is, a majority of the blood on this shepherd dog is not the dog's. This dog fought and killed like 3 coyotes who were attacking the sheep, and then hunted down and killed another 2 at a different location. So you understand that, like, being principled doesn't mean being weak, and being virtuous doesn't mean being nonviolent. I know I might be like fighting decades of like programming, like social media and pop media programming in your head. But you need to understand this. Yes. Conserve liberalism. Fighting to save the system is not a contradiction of the system. It's built into it. This is not a bug. It's a feature. Correct. I miss fat Jordan Peterson ranting about Pinocchio while crying and drinking Coca-Cola. True. Peterson got audience captured, unfortunately. Yes. Pre-pronoun scandal Jordan Peterson analyzing Disney movies was great. I agree. All right. Anyways.
One thing you have to consider for good versus evil stories is the evil is never actually restrained by anything that the good does, right? So heroes and anti-heroes might represent some constraint on each other's behaviors, or 2 heroes or a group of like virtuous people will restrain each other's behaviors. But the villain is very rarely restrained by anything that the hero does.
Yeah, Dice. He quoted me, but I love it, and I think it's true. Being principled doesn't mean being weak, and being virtuous doesn't mean being nonviolent. Yes.
I feel like there are moments in media, I should always have examples for these. I feel like there are moments in media where the hero even thinks that the villain will be constrained, and then the villain does something, and it's like, whoa, I can't, there's like a hostage or something happens, and the hero's like, oh, well, and he's like still kind of cool, and then the villain like kills somebody, and he's like, oh my God, what, you're fucking, right? Like something like that, yeah. Yeah, so that would be the only issue is like, how can you defeat this person over here that is embodying vice? Don't assume that they're playing in your world. Oh, the reason why I make that don't assume that thing, and why I'm saying that the villain isn't really constrained by the actions of the hero, generally speaking, is because the
thanks, Horse God, I appreciate you.
When Hutch makes an argument like, if we do this, then they'll do this in the future, that argument is always wrong. No matter what you think of being a hero or being an anti-hero or whatever, if your MO, if the way that you're operating is you're thinking...
Okay. Eric Dom says, are you arguing with a specific person in chat? Because I feel like most of us agree on the harmlessness versus restrained strength thing. Yeah, I think that's just, it's Strykos. It's like a biblical passage. The meek shall inherit the earth. And Strykos is like a Greek reinterpretation of that passage that talks about restrained strength. And so a lot of my chat is anti-theistic. They're anti-religion. So I might be carrying some anti-religious, anti-theist energy into the conversation that isn't warranted. Additionally, I think that Steven and a lot of DGG do presume that Hutch is advocating for being harmless. And I don't think Hutch is advocating for being harmless at all. I think Hutch is advocating for restrained strength. And I think that restrained strength is only read as weakness when you have a retarded vision, when you have a dumb understanding of violence, a unnuanced understanding of violence. I think that's the only way that you can think that Hutch is being weak, is if you don't understand restrained strength. And if you don't understand that restrained strength is strength, and arguably more difficult than unrestrained strength. This is anonymous, I think. That quote about the Tree of Liberty, yep. It has been understood since our founding that violence is a necessary part of being principled. Yes. And by the way, untested principle isn't principle. So if you say, I have these principles, and then the world pushes you, and you're like, these principles are inconvenient, therefore I'm going to abandon all my principles. Those weren't principles. Those were like untested opinions about morality. Those are not the same. A principle should be pretty close to inviolable.
Okay, I don't want to do this because MAGA will do this in the future. You're operating from the assumption that they're only going to do things to punish actions that you've done, and you've bought into their framing as hero versus hero type behavior. But that's not true. If tomorrow the MAGA movement and the politicians thought that it would benefit them to expand the Supreme Court, it would happen. They're not going to think like, well, did they get us back or did they do something to us? Like, the only constraint that exists on them now is that the lawmakers know that Trump is going to be gone in a few years. But the only thing that like really limits behavior over here is they have to ditch this vice shit and come back in line to being like real human beings and virtuous.
Which is what I advocate for each and every single day, guys. Like, I know that we watch a lot of drama. I know that we watch a lot of crazy shit, but unironically, Steven has like correctly mapped out. Because what was so crazy about the Republican Party for the past like 50 years is they've said, we're the virtuous ones. We're the virtuous ones. We're the virtuous ones. We're the virtuous ones. God, family, country. God, family, country. God, family, country. Right? They said, we follow Christ. And what's like the two things from Christian religion that is like the most Christian thing ever? Isn't it the Sermon on the Mount and the Ten Commandments? Like, the Ten Commandments is Old Testament, I understand that. But isn't like the Sermon on the Mount and the Ten Commandments, don't you get like 70% of Christianity right there? Like, tell the truth, don't cheat on your spouse, don't be covetous, don't worship any god but God. What's the other shit? You know, don't covet your neighbor's wife. And then you know, Jesus basically says like, hey bro, do unto others as you want done unto yourself. That's like 60 to 70% of Christianity. The rest of it is actually really, really, really interesting. But the point is, like, Republicans used to claim to have virtue, and now they have none. And what I'm arguing is we need to return to a culture of virtue on the right wing, lest we actually destroy our country. And so Steven is saying like, oh, well, we have to be anti-heroes in order to fight the vice of the right. And I'm saying, no. The left wing needs to be strong, but it needs to be virtuous. And then the Republicans need to abandon their vice and return to virtue. So.
People, whatever, yeah. Why are we looking at politics through the lenses of a story? I don't understand what the use is, and it activates my BS senses. Well, then feel free to think everything I just said was bullshit. But I think that stories map onto human experience. We tell the same story over and over again for a reason, and art...
Because it's the way that we want to idealize reality. It's not reality, but it's the way that we wish reality was.
Resembles life to some extent, and people view themselves in the lenses of the things that art shows us, whether you agree or not. I'm pretty sure, I think it's almost undeniable. We feel like we have antagonists or protagonists in our life, and we play out stories and all this bullshit, so...
Another reason why I like Game of Thrones and the Game of Thrones universe is because even virtuous people suffer. Oftentimes, it's a ton of virtuous people who suffer. And there's actually like a scripture about that too that I read recently, which is the rain falls upon the righteous and unrighteous alike. And the context of that scripture is effectively that suffering is universal. You don't become like a righteous person and then God's like, oh shit, this dude's cool, no more suffering for this guy. Like, that's not how existence works. And and I would say likewise, the sun shines upon the righteous and unrighteous alike. And so like blessing and suffering are universal human experiences, regardless of whether or not you're a righteous, a virtuous person, right? And but that's where like we applaud virtuous people who suffer and who take on their suffering. Once again, I'm referencing A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms because I love it so much. Every clip I've seen, I've loved. But like, Dunk is trying to be a good man. He's trying his damnedest. And arguably, from an exterior perspective, the gods have rewarded him, right? He like a prince offers to be his squire. He makes acquaintances as a lowly hedge knight. He makes acquaintances in peers of the most powerful people of the realms. His physical exploits as a knight are lionized by tons of common folk because he's actually a hero. He's a knight who tries to live out the oath. But when you look at it from an interior perspective, he suffers the entire time. He has to put his hands on a prince in order to prevent the prince from brutalizing a peasant. He's not rewarded for this. He's punished for this. He's put on trial for his life and he's almost killed. When the other knights join his cause to fight for him, one of the knights that was most virtuous the night before betrays him to screw him over for clout and power at the last minute. And it's only at the last moment that a Targaryen, somebody who maybe should be his enemy, somebody who should hate him, decides that, you know what, this hedge knight is a righteous dude and doesn't deserve to die, therefore I'm going to ride with him. And what happens to that guy? What happens to the virtuous guy who stands up for principle in the oath? He gets his head caved in with a maul. He dies. Like, I know I'm spoiling this shit, but like, he fucking dies for his principle and his virtue. And the kingdoms are worse for it. The kingdoms are worse for it. Dunk has unironically set the stage for the kingdoms to fall apart. And yet, he has to look at it and realize it's like, I want to be like the guy who sacrificed his life for me. And he's constantly faced with temptation. The brother, Maekar the Twisted, Maekar the Cruel, Maekar offers him like a sweet job with pay and benefits, and he can train a prince and he can do all this shit, right? He could become like a rich, entitled, douche. And he's like, no, I'm going to continue to be a moral and pious knight, and I'm not just going to swear fealty to House Targaryen and become a monster of your creation. I'm going to continue to be a virtuous hedge knight, and he will suffer. And what's the other thing too? The Baratheon, the Laughing Storm, he offers him temptation. He says, come with me. I'll treat you like a brother. We can fight together. We can take down the Targaryens. And Dunk's like, nope. Nope. I'm going to remain virtuous. I'm going to serve the realms and its people. I'm going to suffer. And it's beautiful. It's so beautiful, dude. It makes me cry. It makes me cry. It makes me like warm up a little bit because I'm just like, no. That's life, man. That's life. Life is not you do the right thing and then the universe rewards you. The life is you do the right thing and you suffer. And you suffer, but there's like a dignity and an honor in the suffering. And you cling on to that in your weakest moments. You say, okay, maybe I wasn't the richest. Maybe I wasn't the strongest. Maybe I wasn't the fastest. Maybe I wasn't the sexiest. Maybe I wasn't this. Maybe I wasn't that. But I still have my conscience. I still have my honor. And by the way, sorry, real quick, another rant. Honor is another weird thing because we associate honor with like noble behavior. So oftentimes it's, not being alcoholic or not being a drug addict or not being vulgar or not swearing. We think of that as like honorable because we associate it, or the word honor is typically associated with like this medieval conception of nobility. But what's interesting, it's like What's more noble? Saying profanity and vulgarity and being an alcoholic, but then being a righteous person who tries to affect justice in the world? Or being like chaste and virtuous in your language, but then being like a vampiric, manipulative, Machiavellian, sociopathic piece of shit? What's the real honor? Does the honor come from your words, or does it come from your deeds? And I think consistently in media, especially modern media, but I think also in real life, like honor comes from deeds, not words. So being vulgar, or being an alcoholic, or being addicted to drugs, or being lascivious, or being a slut in your youth, or being a bad person, being sinful, that doesn't prevent you from acting honorably in high stakes scenarios. And I would judge somebody who was a bad person, but was honorable and self-sacrificial in a high stakes scenario. I would view them far higher than I would view somebody who was like born and raised with privilege, who conducted themselves in a quote unquote like noble way. But when there was a high stakes scenario, they were totally craven. When they were totally like honorless and craven during a high stakes scenario. I of course would value the brigand with a heart of gold over the craven knight. So, yeah. Anyways, like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. It sounded like he was wrapping up, and to be honest, I was yapping up a storm, and it's 2:18. So my apologies to Christian Valeris for, if he's still here, for getting so distracted. I was so distracted by the media talks, by random stuff said in chat, by the media breakdowns, the thematic breakdowns, the breakdowns of virtue and vice. But this is the kind of stuff that I really do enjoy. Like I love political analysis. I love drama. I love all this crap. But I really, really, really love breaking down like honor, strength, virtue, vice, idealism versus lived life, political pragmatism versus, I don't know, political expediency. You know, and that's one of the things that I think is happening right here is I'm appealing to pragmatism. I think Hutch is appealing to pragmatism. I think that Destiny and his ilk are claiming expediency. It's like, we don't have time for your honor. We don't have time for your virtue. The stakes are so high, we cannot afford to be virtuous. And it's like, I think you just want an excuse to be a piece of shit. I think you want that Aldous Huxley quote. I think you want the peak of moral luxury. I think you want to be able to destroy in good conscience, to behave poorly while claiming virtue. That's what I think you want. And it's subconscious. Like, I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying I think they're captured by the spirit of Aldous Huxley's commentary. But anyways, let me go full cam, read some chats, and wrap it up. Sarah, let me go to this comment. Yes, the Tree of Liberty. True restraint is strength. It can be, but overly restrained can also be weakness. So you need to learn the balance between restraint and just action. Randy Chang says virtue and fiscal responsibility. Wouldn't that be nice? Sir Orlin is who I'm going to be in the next 30 years based. Whoever said that was a dunce, correct. Hutch is our strongest lib. He's holding the line with his shiny head. What a knight of the Seven Kingdoms, bro. Hutch is my dunk, okay? He's my dunk. True with exceptions for medical needs. Sure. Dunk feels a ton of guilt over Baylor's death too. Yep. It does. The clips that I saw, by the way, I haven't even seen the show. I've just been watching clips. Dunk is like overwhelmed with grief that Baylor died for him. He's overwhelmed with grief because he's like, I'm a dumbass hedge knight. I just wanted to come here and make a name for myself. I just wanted to find somebody honorable to serve. And I got a good man killed so that I might live. Like, who the fuck am I? And you can see him like racked with guilt. It's so good. Oh my God. Jonah Boy says, it's the path I chose, and that's why I love the show so much too. Well, yep. I'm glad to have media that emphasizes principles and morality over pure power like the main Game of Thrones of series did. I think that's true, Light of Exer, but I also think that Game of Thrones did show the Machiavellian people suffering a lot. And Eddard Stark, despite being beheaded by Joffrey, he's still talked about throughout the remainder of the seasons because he's viewed as like a truly virtuous man in a pit of vipers. And that's like... that's noble too. He died horribly, as did his father, as did his brother. There was no, the gods showed no justice to the Starks and the Snows. But, you know, obviously Jon Snow was like the fulfillment of the virtue of House Stark. And the ending totally sucked, and in my opinion, squandered his character. Eric Dom says, none of us do so perfectly, obviously, but still, that's right. That's right. We have to have ideals that we strive towards and fail. That's the purpose of ideals. Being idealistic, you're not idealistic in order to fulfill idealism in every moment of your life. You're idealistic to pursue ideals and fail, but try to be better as a result. So yeah. I think we should pay attention to what things should be promoted and celebrated. Absolutely, AK Batusai, especially in culture. That's one of the reasons why I fight with liberals so much, is because oftentimes they think that like every piece of art is morally neutral. And I don't think that's true. I think what you consume in your brain diet, it does affect the way you perceive the world, obviously. And so if you fill your brain with trash constantly, which we're all guilty of, but, you know, if you fill your brain with trash and you don't aspire to anything higher, you will live a trashy and shitty life. But anyways, let me thank everybody who donated. I think we did 2.5 goals today. I'm going to thank the people who donated. Anonymous with the 5, Grassroots with a 10, Grassroots, I think, with a 20 and a 20, Old School with the 5, Fell Runner with the 5, I think, or that could be Anonymous again. Grassroots with the 20. Thank you for oiling today so hard, King. I really do appreciate it. Old School with the 2. Grassroots with the 20. This is Tico Suave, I think, with the 5. Grassroots with the 20. Grassroots with the 10 gifted. That was the oil today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think this is Tico Suave with the 5 again. Anonymous with the 5 again. Horse God with the 5. Sean Kaplan with the 5. Old School with the 5. Sean Kaplan with the 10, Old School with the renewed membership. Thank you. Even though we fight Old School, I appreciate you hanging out in chat and checking us libtards every now and then. Anonymous Chatter with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, the Mellow D with the 2, Anonymous with the 10, Anonymous with the renewed membership, Grassroots with the 20, Politics JK with the 5, Grassroots with the 100. I even forgot about that, man. I would have been happy even if I didn't have this $100, but thank you with the oil at the beginning of the stream. Vazraka with the gifted and Deus with the gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hedonic with the 5 just now. Probably won't wake up on time for stream tomorrow. Here's some chips. Thank you, King. Thank you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I think it is time. It's 2:18. It's probably 2:25 now. Yep, 2:24. So I am going to wrap, but I do think I'm going to go out of my way to talk to Destiny this week, either this week or early next week. I think I want to talk to him about, what was it? Alex Preddy's gone. That one we don't need to talk about anymore. But we should do liberals, virtue, vice, anti-hero versus hero behavior, restrained strength versus weakness. And what was the other thing? It was the rabbits. It's harmlessness versus strikos. Restrained strength. And I would say Hutch. Hutch is my dunk. Is my hedge knight dunk. And I love that. And so what is Destiny? So what is Destiny? What is Pisco? What Pisco or Rashad? What do they want to do? What do you think that Hutch wants to do that's ineffective? And what do you want to do that Hutch would be unwilling to do? Because if they can't answer that question, then they're just vice signaling for the sake of vice signaling. They're just being extreme and hyperbolic for the shit talks and the memes, which would be so fucking silly. And then I'll also, I'll just bring up the Epstein Intel ties. Epstein Intel ties. And then actually I'll write this down as well. Valid interpretation versus sound interpretation of Epstein conspiracy. Because if he doesn't acknowledge that it's a valid interpretation, considering all of Epstein's intel ties that we watched the other day on Chris Cappy, if he doesn't think it's a valid interpretation that Epstein was effectively an abusive ephebophile with powerful friends who used said political power and intel contacts in order to get a muted sentence, and that he might indeed have intel contacts that helped them leverage his plea deal, that's a valid conspiracy. That's totally valid. It might not be sound, it might not be verified by fact, but lining up all of Epstein's sex trafficking connections and then lining up all of his intel connections and saying the reason why he wasn't punished for sex trafficking was because he was so aggressively linked to the intel community, he at least needs to admit that that's a valid interpretation of reality. Otherwise, I'm going to press him. No chips today. Sorry. Don't give me stolen valor. It's all good, King. No liberal I know says art is morally neutral. Morally... Arbitrary? I don't know how to communicate this thought. It's like, you know the abstract painters? There's like the classical, and this is like an argument within the art community. There's like the classical, the neoclassical, and Art Nouveau movements. And those say that ancient artists had to master their craft, and therefore these like artistic expressions are of higher quality and introspection and depth and beauty than modern or postmodern art. And then the postmodernists, and I think some of the modernists, to be honest, they make arguments like, no. You can't argue that art is solely analyzed through the lens of its comparison to antiquity. Therefore, all forms of art are like valid or equally worth it or some shit like that. I fucking forget. I forget the postmodern argumentation for postmodern art. I fucking hate most postmodern art though. And so like I think a liberal would look at classical art, and then they would look at like the Andy Warhol splash paintings or whatever. Maybe not Andy Warhol. I'm mixing up my artists. The other guy who did the splash paintings, and they would be like, "Oh yeah, these are both of equal value to the human experience." And I'd be like, "Fuck that! That sculpture is obviously better than that lame ass fucking splash painting." You know what I'm saying? Like people value art differently, I suppose. And so I'm more of the classical, the amount of skill and the amount of intent that you have to put into your art, I think should be evaluated along with the message, right? And so Andrew Pollock, thank you, fucking Pollock. God, I hate that guy. So, anyways, there's the people who say, no, these are both equally valid and they're both equally valuable. And then there's people who say, no. Actually, like, message is important, or lack of message is important, but then also like technique and intent. So I'm more of the technique and intent guy. Conservative liberalism says, wow, I can't even type in YouTube chat about the importance of tree hydration and whether a hero does it or an anti-hero does it. Based. Voided Parrot says, no, you should start off the hilarious and extreme. Tree hydration? Whoa, wait. So if a bad guy or if a good guy water a tree that speaks to their character, I love that. I don't even know if that's what you're saying, but I think that's true. Pollock. He's the guy who just took like paint and just like threw it all over the canvas and called it high art. And then he was like laughed out of the art scene for a little bit. But then his mode of thinking took over the art scene by storm. And he became like a massively celebrated artist. Because they were just like, oh yeah, like a piece of shit on a canvas. That's art. And it's like, really? We got to chat about Knights when you watch it. Good. Destiny is the opposite of Blind Lady Justice. True. Somebody said he was the Laughing Storm. You can't expect Destiny to care about sex crimes. He was part of the bro squad after all. Unfortunately, I understand that deep squad or that deep cut reference. Conserve says postmodern art is garb is just expression without judgment. Yes. Is that just a Polish slur? Maybe. Grassroots with a 50. I will be happy to do a stream with you on the adventures of Duncan Egg. Excellent. Now that sounds like content. Now that sounds like pod racing. Andrew Pollock, Jackson Pollock, Andrew Jackson. Yeah. Also, as a drunk, I was absolutely Lionel Baratheon based. If you can dance like Lionel Baratheon, you're allowed to be an alcoholic. Now, don't use that as an excuse to relapse. But if you can dance like Lionel Baratheon, I think you're allowed. I think you're God's favorite alcoholic if you dance like Lionel Baratheon. But anyways, Kings and Queens, obviously it was Grassroots who carried the stream, probably with like, I don't know, 70% of the donation today. But plenty of chippers chipped, plenty of Oilers oiled. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. Thank you for indulging in that shit with me. I understand I made a terrible segment. A 4-hour media analysis of Destiny's hero anti-hero narrative is probably not the best content, but I do think that we hit on a lot of cool topics while covering it, so I had a good time. I'm gonna run. Thank you so much for the viewership and the money. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Bye for now. Oh, sorry. Grassroots says, oh, give Void a wrench. He's been here for 400 years. Okay, let me see if I can. Add as moderator. Moderator. Got it. Void a Parrot got one. I wrote a Polish slur instead of Polak. Oh, and YouTube censored me. Well, now we know how to, instead of spreading Polak, is Polak P-O-L-L-A-C-K? Is that how you say a Polish slur? I think that's how you do Polak. And then now we can just call Polacks Polak. P-O-L-L-O-C-K. There you go. We figured out how to call Polish people slurs. It's amazing.